Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me just good morning. Got the video on playback. Wow, what's all that about? Happy Saturday, happy weekend. Hello, everybody. I thought I would finish off what we started last night because I had to shoot off after about 4 hours and basically get something to eat. So, but I woke up this morning really early, and I've been up since about 5. Managed to get a couple of laptops done, and I know we started, basically finished this one on stream yesterday. A bit of cable management to do, so I thought I'd just come on and do what I do, which for some is pretty much okay. So I thought I'd just finish off so we could see a conclusion of this one. Not a great deal to do on it. I've got another 3 to do as well, so I thought I'd jump on for a cheeky morning stream before everyone wakes up. And there's nothing like waking up to a strange man on your phone talking about computers. There we go. Let's say some good morning. I don't even mouse because I'm on the wrong screen on here. That one over there. My mouse ain't working now. Do you know when you didn't get Friday the 13th, but I think I've got Saturday the 14th, Gremlins. There we go. Right, so we have good morning, chill, morning retro new, morning, I think there was a couple of people before that. There was TFN, because I was chatting to him in chat, and there was, I think it was somebody else, so I do apologise whoever that was, but good morning all. Hope you had a nice, relaxing sleep, break, whatever you've done last night, and we're raring to go this morning. We are going to be, as I say, just putting this one together. I'm going to try and get through quite a few bits today. I've got this one to finish off. We've got another half build, which is sat through there, which we've got all the parts for, so we're going to be doing that. We've then got a laptop, which has got a bit of a strange issue. And we have got a desktop which is in for diagnosing as well. It's the one I took in last week, and if you was on the stream last week, you would have seen that. It got blown up when they connected a fork truck. It's from a business, and they connected a fork truck to the same, presumed power circuit as what the desktop plugged in, and it went poof. And yeah, didn't see the light of day again, that computer. So that's here in a big plastic tote box in pieces because they've already got repairing it themselves. So I've got them. So that's basically it today. Basically, I've got a couple of collections from bits and bobs. But yeah, let's get on with this one. I'm going to make a bit of room. So we're going to move some stuff out. I managed to get the laptop done, which was on the desk yesterday. That Atom processor, that's now got a new SSD. It's got a 250 gig SSD, I think that one had in. Yeah, it did. Fresh copy of Windows 10. All customer data transferred and moved across. And eight gig of RAM. I know there was something else they've done. 8 gigabytes of random access memory. So it's running the best, it's playing its best life, let's put it like that, a computer. Never going to be ultra amazing, but it's working as it should really on that one. Oh, sorry. Morning TFN, good morning, good morning, good morning. Driver update nuked my PC from, oh dear me. Oh dear, never good. Question is, did you were going off to do something last night? I can't remember what you said you were going off to do. No, can't remember at all. Yesterday seems such a long time ago, and it was only yesterday. It was only one little sleep away, and it was only one little sleep, but it was still yesterday. Right, so we need to put some fans in here. So we're going to take the front panel off and see if we can get some fans in. Let's see if we can spin this, orientate, so we all can have a bit of a visualization of what we are doing. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm going to shift the glass side panels because we don't want to be running chair into that because that never ends well. So we're going to put 2 fans in here. It's got one at the moment. What case is that? It's the Corsair 3000D. It's a nice case, in fairness. They're nice and sturdy, these. I don't think they're overly expensive. The one I like working in is actually a slightly smaller case than this. No glass panels or anything on it. And they're about £45. I think these are about £90, these. Obviously, it's a bit bigger with better thing. Yeah, high airflow. It is high airflow, but obviously, like we've said, airflow is dependent on how your case is set up, rather than the amount of. You can have a high airflow case, badly configured, and you don't get as much airflow as you really should. So it is to some degree still down to how you screw things into it. But yeah, it is. It is a nice case to, and it's a nice case to build in. There's lots of space. It's really rigid. Tolerances are really good on it as well. So, for example, we're not going to get too many places where we've got to kind of, I won't say force things in, but manipulate a bracket to get it into the right place or the wrong place or whatever it needs to be. It just kind of works. It's going to be fun because we can't get. Get that through that hole there. I'm just trying to feed some of these that can sit there. Take that off. I'm going to remove that one which is on as well. I'm just debating whether to actually move these, move them to inside rather than on outside. I feel if you put them on inside at case, airflow's a little bit better because there's a little bit more room at the front to start sucking some of that clean, juicy air through the case, which is the entire plan when it comes to these. I'm trying not to get as loud and excitable today. One, because it's early morning, and two, nobody wants to hear that on a Saturday morning, do they? But we got a small achievement for a lot. 69 viewers in chat yesterday. 69. And anyway up, Zach NanoFix sent a raid across. And as I say, the viewership peaked at 69, which for me is brilliant. It's the highest figure, barring when I had 254 people, which was when we did the Christmas stream, which was phenomenal amounts. I didn't even have 250 subscribers at that time. I don't think we had them in chat when Nathan Parks people kindly raided. But yeah, that was brilliant, and it was a brilliant stream last night. Really good fun. I think everyone was in good spirits, considering it was certainly late on in the UK. But yeah, a nice Friday evening stream. I've not streamed on a Friday evening in a while, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Really good stream. Morning, Zola. Good morning. It seems like 2 minutes since I was talking to you. Right, the only reason I'm going to switch all these fans is because these are all daisy chainable. So they've got basically a male and a female, so I can link them all together so much easier than others. And because we're going to be putting them, I am going to stick them on inside. I'm going to stick them on inside because I prefer them inside, because I feel with the additional gap on the outside for the case, if you put a fan on, it only leaves that much between case and fan. And I know it's enough, but it's working harder than if it was that much gap. It's better airflow and things like that. Is it low pressure air? I don't really know, so please don't quote me on that. But yeah, I prefer them on inside. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick them on inside. Plus, cable management tends to be a little bit neater and a little bit nicer when you get them on inside here. Oh, let's spin that round. Like everything with fans, you get all these horrible, twisty, terrible cables. I'm just trying to make best of a bad situation sometimes with them. So let's grab a couple of screws and a twisty thing called a screwdriver. Just finished. Oh, just finished work, Zola. It was a good stream last night. You just finished work. We had a good shift. I hope you had a good shift. It'll be easier to screw them in now with GP. Yeah, it will be. It's I don't exactly know why manufacturers do it like that. Because if you're putting a water cooler on, you'd have it on inside. There's plenty of gap as well. But yeah, it's a good point that it does make it a lot easier. I think it's a bit more difficult for cleaning them. But how often do you really clean your fans? Generally don't. There's a filter guard on it anyway, which again is pretty easy on this model to clean off. So I think all in all, for me, I won't say it's a no-brainer, but it's a more logical choice. That's what we're doing. My train set. My train set, that's what I'm doing. It's the easiest way to say it, isn't it? And customer, trust me. If you weren't here yesterday, this is actually for a fellow streamer who's, I think he's got about 90,000 subscribers. So this is a new PC for him to stream on. It's his wife what's going to be using this one. So it's going to be a nice PC for him to use. Good spec, 5800 X3D AM4 platform. And that that was partly due to the fact that that's A, all they needed, and B, just cost a DDR5 RAM. We won't even get into that. It's astronomical, isn't it? We're all fully aware of that. So he's got that. He's got 32 gig of DDR4 in this. Supplied all the parts himself after multiple conversations with me, and a 3070 Ti graphics card. So all in all, it's going to perform superb for his streaming and his video editing, and probably gaming as well, really. I don't know how much of a gamer they are. He did say he had a look at my driving rig, my gaming setup. I've got a driving cockpit, because he's interested in getting one of them set up as well. So he was asking me about that. So I think it's maybe the type of thing that he would like to get into as well. So yeah, you never know. What content does the other stream broadcast? He's a seller. He's like a marketplace, you can call that. It's predominantly on, I think, Twitch and TikTok. So it's used items, and he's just in the process of doing some long form content for YouTube, and he's doing a lot of videos for that. On I think his first one, he started with £1, and within, I don't know how many months, I think it was 2 months or 3 months or something, turned the £1 into a very nice converted car van sort of thing. It's the one he came in last night. So it shows his progression on how he kind of bought and sold items from different places, starting from £1 and working his way through to multiple thousands to be able to buy this very, very nice car, what he's still driving around in now, within space for a couple of months. He has got a passion for kind of retro games and things like that. So what he has said is, at the moment, any non-working electrical items like that, so handheld games and things like that, from where he's got his contacts, he doesn't actually take. They send them for recycling. So he said, if you want, I'll get you them. You can do streams on them and give them away to your chat and things like that. I said, well, if instead of going in the recycling for trash or whatever, that would be brilliant. It's a lot of years since I've ever worked on a console. I think I've done maybe 2, in fairness, in the last 6 or 7 years. But my era was kind of original PlayStation and original Xbox. If I had to choose an era of console, that would have been it. My original stuff, but I never really modded them, was not Mega Drive, Master System, an original NES Entertainment System, Nintendo Entertainment System. So that's kind of that. And before that, it was obviously PC and whatnot. What content? Oh, right. Just finished my fume extractor. Works like a charm. Can position the mouth of the hose wherever and whenever. Yeah, mine. I've got mine on my desk down here. You can't really see it on this shot. But I always forget to turn it on. The tech flipper. Yeah, he's a tech flipper. I think he's a tech flipper, and I think that's a person, isn't it, the tech flipper. So it's that. Well, I don't think it's him. I don't know. I didn't check. I didn't even check his channel, if I'm being honest. Didn't even check his channel, so it could well be. But I honestly don't know. But yeah, that's the type of thing it is. But I don't think it's just techie flips. I think it's all sorts. He was telling me about some designer clothes and shoes and ladies' attire and things like that yesterday. So I think it's more of a case of if it sells, it smells, or is it smells, it smells, or sell what smelling. Smells. What Alan Sugar says. Smell what sells, sort of scenario. So I think that's to some degree what it is. And I take my hat off to anybody who's willing to get down and get stuff done. Do you know what I mean? If they're willing to do it. I know we were on about yesterday when I was talking to him. Probably some of the criticism you get through, certainly. Oh, that's good. They give you 3 fans and 2 cables. Thank you, Mr. Corsair. That's really useful. 3 fans and 2 cables. Yeah, with some criticism that you sometimes get when you're a streamer, is just crazy. Because people like to knock what you do, and he said he'd found the same in what he does. That there's a lot of people who want to moan and criticise and things like that. And I think that's the downside. We're fortunate in the electronic community or the repair community like this, because there's so many amazing chatters, amazing people who are willing to help. And I think it's quite a unique community in that, because you look at F1. Which is what I follow as well, and it's a really toxic, quite a toxic community is the online community for that. But again, on flip side, you look at this, or I do a bit of running as well. Not as much as I'd like to because I'm injured, but I do a bit of running, and the community for runners is just wonderful. It's just chalk and cheese compared to the F1 community, and it's just bizarre, isn't it? I mean, they're still people at the end of the day, but they just act completely differently towards each other. So it does always strike me as being a bit strange. Right, I've linked all the 3 fans together, and what I'm going to try and do now is get a power cable onto them so I can feed it out at the bottom, then tuck these cables up out of the way. It's difficult for me to see chat when I'm doing this, so I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just, because I've got my head in here, it's difficult for me to do it. Reduce what? Damn right. It's a flipping sloth. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly don't know. I don't know his channel, if that is another channel name. Don't honestly know. But he's. I sent him a link last night to the video because he wants to cut the video and edit the video and whatnot. So when he does that, I will post it on my whatever you call this. Discord, not social, but you know what I mean. I'll post it on YouTube so you guys can see the end result, because he's going to put it in his streaming room and whatnot, and so on. Yeah, I'm a big believer in making sure stuff doesn't go to e-waste. I'm not a crusader at all. Please don't get me in the fact that you think I'm a crusader. I just think we throw too much away as a society, which really shouldn't be thrown away. it needs to be more more thought about, the type of stuff what we've got and how we dispose of stuff as well. And I know we've got Pitco or Pico, I can never remember which one it is, who does the recycling of the stuff, and I try and get everything that I can recycled where I can, so nothing goes into landfill, nothing goes into waste. If I can reuse it, if I can put it in another person's PC, I do, and I'll give a lot of it away. I'll make sure that best stuff going down there. I'll bring that one down there because it's right. It might just tie the cable up a bit. You know, whether that's a stick of RAM or a laptop power supply. I mean, if you look behind me, we've got a massive box of laptop power supplies. I sent a load for recycling. I had about another 8 of those boxes. So I'd rather do that than anything else. Whew, right. Excuse me. We've got the cables in, so we're just going to do a bit. Sorry, the fans in. So we're just going to do a bit of cable management now. So flip it over, and we'll do. Oh, cable management. Like I've said numerous times on channel, on the stream, cable management is all about making it look as nice as you can. I personally don't think you can make anything look beautiful in a computer because of the layout. You can just make it look a lot more presentable than it actually is. And if anybody wants a tip, I would always say more cable ties you put on, the better it seems to look. So if you are doing this for the first time or the millionth time, or you want any tips, that is the tip I would say. More cable ties makes it look a little bit more pleasant to the eye. So we'll stick a load on just to neaten these cables up, and then we'll start sticking a couple down the side as well. Pull these cables through a little and it'll just keep everything nicely aligned as well. If we get one of these really thin ones, there's actually a locating or a little cable recessed point there where we can cable tie to. And I know you don't see this side because this is just a metal panel, but it is still nice to make it look, just know it's sat there looking half decent rather than trash. That one's gone upside down. You just hate it when that happens. Bend the cable tie back up at the end. There will be people tuning in this morning going, is he still streaming? That's what TFN said this morning. I thought I was still streaming. I do the occasional very well. I try and get a long stream done once a fortnight, which is usually Wednesday just gone, which I did. I did a 12-hour, which is a shift and a half, considering I'd actually started work before I started that. And they do become long, tiring shifts, but I don't mind it, in fairness. I don't mind trying to get, you know, I think when you're streaming, the unfortunate thing is time passes so quick when you're streaming. I'm not as productive as when I'm not streaming. Like yesterday, I think I got 9 or 10 jobs done, but on stream I only got 3/4 of this one done. So you're never quite as productive, or I don't find I'm quite as productive. But where it comes into its own is the interaction that I have with chat or people. Because when you work on your own like I do, it's sometimes a little bit more tricky just to keep focused all day long. You kind of go into a bit of a bubble and whatnot, and you have different things on in the background. I'm not one for listening to radio or music whilst I'm working. I just can't seem to concentrate. But I'll sometimes have Andy, Swindon Tech, because obviously Andy streams most days as well, or Joey, or I'll watch some VODs and things like that. Chill and relax. Cows did a brilliant one yesterday, Hot Cows, if nobody caught that, or quite a few did. And Charles is such a good community member as well in so many people's chat, like a lot of people are as well. But nice to see him on another stream yesterday. that. Oh, give me. Extract the gold. Yeah, I did try that once. I had loads. I must have had 70 or 80 very old AMD CPUs, and I'm talking Athlon and things like that. I specifically didn't use any Ryzen, but I'd got quite a lot of older AMD CPUs and I still got quite a lot of Intel CPUs as well, but some of those. So I sat there with the hot air gun, took all the pins and everything off them, put them all into this little thing, and you look at it and you go, what's the point? It took me half a day to do all these CPUs with it, because I weren't really bothered about temperature because they were all kind of scrap CPUs, and I took all these pins off, put them all in there, and for what I could get off the AMD chips, and put them all in. Then I just thought, I don't know what to do with them now, so they kind of all went to recycling, which is a shame because it was a few years ago that, and I really should have done more with them to make sure they were correctly recycled rather than general recycling. There's no clips for that, so that's going to be pretty darn ugly. There's not any of those. That's going to be a ponderous one. There's no on here. We've got little latches where you can put cable ties and so on, but there's none down this side, so might need to use a longer cable tie or two. Where are my longest cable ties that I've got? I'll probably run out of a really long one, so I might have to link two together, and I'll see if I can get. I don't really like doing that bit, mainly because I think it looks a bit ugly, but at least it'll be hidden under the. I just want this to kind of neaten the. You'll see it more from the front when I spin it over, but this will just help neaten the front of the case up a little. I'm not going to bring that into the bunch yet. See if I can get this done without dropping it several times, because the cable wants to move one way and I want it to move the other, and the more I push, the more force it gets the other direction. That's gripped. There is a comb on the other side, so at least I can get the combed area looking half decent. So I'll just snip that off. But again, there's no way of doing this, so I'm going to put another one of those cable ties there just so I can hide or tidy the cables up like so, and now bring that redundant, well, that other cable from the fans at the top, which is going all the way down through that gap as well. So what I was saying about putting more cable ties in, the more you put in like here, even though this isn't going through the chassis, it's going to tidy the cables up just to make it look a little bit neater, a bit like putting bobbles or bands in long hair sort of scenario. It just makes them a bit more uniform. So if you work from the top of the cable down, the one I don't like is that one there, but I do want to cable tie it in. So we'll get that tightened up, we'll get this one tightened up, and it just starts making it look a little bit more uniform chaos. Morning, Ronnie. Good morning. Happy Saturday the 14th. Wow, Saturday 4th. We're a quarter way through the year. Wow, it's just crazy, isn't it? Where year's going. Absolutely crazy. I was considering trying to look at holidays and so on for the summer, or for early summer, should I say. And then I just thought, do you know, with everything what's going on, well, where do you choose to go? Certainly if we're in European, I can't really can't afford to go, you know, to the Americas or that side of the globe. So you think some nice warm places where it are accessible. They're all kind of places which are, I nearly said in the firing line, but they're the wrong words, aren't they? You know what I mean? In areas which might be more exposed to conflict. You know, Turkey, places like that, because I've had Turkey recommended a couple of times as somewhere nice to go, but I think I'd be reluctant to book a holiday there with the unrest at the moment in there, which is absolutely terrible. I was watching a bit on the 24-hour BBC Sky News or whatever it was this morning. I don't think we can comprehend it. If we've never lived in a war zone or been exposed to that, it must just be. Well, I'm not even going to try and quantify it with words. I can't honestly even understand what the people in these areas must be going through. I'm not political, so it's not a rant about any type of thing. I'm just the empathy. I just can't show because I've never experienced it. I can only imagine what it must be like. Well, I probably can't imagine. I don't think anybody can unless you've lived it. Right, so that is the cable management done on the back. Again, it's just a case of keeping it as nice as we can rather than making it look beautiful, because we already said we cannot always make it look beautiful. So we'll get that in and we'll get that timed up. I'm still getting used to last year. Yeah, still mourning for those who still want bacon. Oh, bacon and marmalade. Oh, that. Do you know what, Ronnie? I have not had bacon and marmalade, but now you've said it, I'm just thinking, I bet that really, 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 really goes. I bet that really goes. Bacon and marmalade. Oh, I could. Because I like bacon and maple syrup. I like these sweet and salty thing. Not that I eat a great deal of it now, but yeah, bacon and I do like a bit of marmalade. I've got some lemon marmalade at the moment, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Lemon and lime, I think it is actually. Really, really nice. I had an HP with a loose connection on the RAM slot this morning. Easy peasy repair. Easy peasy repair. Always good for that. Standing in the kitchen right now, sizzling some bacon. Oh, TFM, put me some on. Put me one on. Just make me jealous, why don't you? What do you mean? This morning for me, I'm trying to eat more protein. So, because I've mentioned this on stream a few times, because of my knee injury, obviously protein will help the muscle around the knee to repair itself and everything else. So I'll just show you what I've just succeeded in doing, or tried to succeed in doing. With that button there, sorry guys. This is the cable which we were just cable management. I've done it under here. I would rather have it hidden completely, but it's just with the bracketry underneath the case. But it doesn't look too bad. We've got the GPU cable here, which comes down here, and then that follows kind of the same eye line going down. And then like we discussed yesterday with the USB 3, really bad positioning that on the motherboard. Now I just don't know how to do it. And then we've got the fan cables. You can only make it look so good on things like this. You really can't do a great deal else. Bacon is the stuff for Saturday mornings. It is. Years ago, one of the places I used to work, they used to order sandwiches on a Saturday morning for the entire place. I think basically all the places in the area used to do it, all the businesses which were Saturday morning. So it used to be kind of, I won't say big business, but they were extraordinarily busy, let's put it like that. So they used to do one called a belly buster, which was a bread cake, and I'm not lying here. Oh, it must have been in 25 centimetres across, which is, what's that, 10 inches across in size, this bread cake. So a piece of round white bread, then cut in half, a little bit like a massive burger bun. You know what a burger bun is? I presume everyone does. So a burger bun basically, but a huge one, like a dinner plate sort of size. And in there you'd get 6 slices of bacon, you get 4 sausages, you get 4 eggs, you get baked beans, you get tomatoes, you get 4 hash browns, you bake black pudding, you get everything. It weighed about 3 kilos. And you just think, if I eat that, I'm just going to collapse on the floor with an heart attack. It was just like... But one guy would order it. He'd also order a bag of chips with it as well. This, bear in mind, this is Saturday morning at like 8:30, 8 o'clock when we used to order it, and they used to turn up about 9. He'd get his bag of chips. He'd open bread cake up, which were huge. I mean, these bread cakes were massive. They were like this, like a dinner plate. He'd open it up, pour his bag of chips on it, and then put bread back on top and eat it like that. And he'd eat it, and that was his breakfast. And I were always gobsmacked, absolutely gobsmacked. Let's have a look. Here we used to have that at 5 p.m. every day, banished with all the health fanatics. Yeah, I was just saying I'm trying to eat more protein, so I've got protein powder for my breakfast at the moment. Just try and up my protein intake, about 25-30 grams of protein in my protein powder. I want to make it on morning because I need to aim for about 110 grams of protein a day. Bacon made by the farmer, nice, thick. Oh yeah, it needs to border on bacon to gammon slices for me. Love that. You should make a Discord server so we can have a general section. We can share the pictures of the delightful bacon. That would be lovely. Get some pictures of bacon butties got on the go. That would be phenomenal. Right, I'm just going to post this again. Just now I've got the side. I've took the internal cover up. I've left the external peel just for a bit of protection. We'll get this posted. We'll get it on screen. I need to put the Windows serial in, which obviously I can't do, so nobody steals the serial number. But we'll get this registered. We did all the drivers yesterday. We did all the thermal testing. I want to run a very quick thermal test just to see, now the sides are on and the front fans are in, that it is all still where it should be on thermals. So we'll give that a quick blast as well. Get that plugged in, get that turned on, and we'll get the graphics card in if I can see where I'm pushing it without my glasses on. We've got Keely and Mickey the mouse, Keely the keyboard, Keely Jones, she's off Ted Lasso, Moose, Keely. When you think they've eaten things like bacon and whatnot for decades, certainly in the UK, and I would imagine, you know, through quite a lot of places in Europe as well. If we get a picture, it'll come bottom right hand corner. As soon as we get a picture, I'll put it on screen. And I think in moderation, well, I suppose it's like anything. In moderation, it's not too bad, is it? Oh, we have picture. It's only when it's excessive. But processed food's got a lot to answer for with the amount of sugar and everything in those. Right, let's just run. I would say this is going to be awfully cool. That one there. Let's just run that. Get this up and running. Talking about actual bacon, more half a pig or beef, depending which one it is. Actual bacon, more half a pig or beef. It's pig and tip bacon, pork. You don't do slices there by default, don't you have? I remember going to Holland some years ago, and I said, "Oh, I'll cook Sunday dinner for family." And because I'm a bit, I won't say chefy, but I like to cook. And they went, okay. I said, well, I just need to buy, I'll do pork because I wanted pork. I need to buy a joint of pork and I'll do crackling and whatnot. If you don't know what crackling is, where you kind of crisp all the skin up and make it all crunchy. Could not buy a joint of pork in Holland at all. Could not buy a joint of pork. We even went to butchers. It went, well, we just don't sell them. So we went to butchers and said, can you cut us one? No, and joints of pork we get in the UK, which is like a leg. It's like a pig itself. They just don't have it in in those countries. It's a bit bizarre. Right, the fans have just kicked in on the CPU. We should see the CPU temperature stabilise now. We are doing. It should sit around sort of 72 to 74 degrees. I would have thought this. It is a beefy processor. This it's a 5800X, so they do like to drink a little bit of juice down. You have to have Worcester sauce with chips. Oh no! I use Worcester sauce, but I only use it as an ingredient. I don't use it in anything else. So if I make a bolognese, for example, it gets a splash in there. Or the only other thing I would put it on is maybe a bit of Worcester sauce if I were doing cheese on toast. Put a little bit on there. It's made from fermented fish, isn't it? I think that's one of the ingredients, isn't it? Oh, right. I am on Discord, TFN. You can send me a picture by all means. Would love to see that. I am on Discord. I'm on Swindon Electronics Discord. I'm on JFix's Discord, and I'm on the repair one for just streamers. I'm on that one as well. So you are more than welcome to send me that. Get me drooling over what you mean by your bacon butties. Beef bacon. Sorry, can't do that. I've never even heard of beef bacon. I've heard of beef curtains, but I think they're a different thing altogether. And definitely don't want to be eating that on a Saturday morning. Well, maybe. We're going off into another tangent there. It's not for a Saturday morning, that is it. But that's on my OnlyFans page, PDDD After Dark. Sent over it. All right, I'll have a look at that. I ain't got Discord open at the moment, and it's all out way over there. So yeah, I can't get to it, but I will have a look at that. TFN, you need to visit Austria sometime. I have fancied Austria. I have fancied because I was looking a few years ago at different places, and somebody had recommended Bulgaria. Never got to that, and they recommended Austria as well to visit. So if you've got a back garden, I'll bring my tent. We'll pitch up in the back garden, and it's ideal. Right, this cooler with the case on. I thought it was going to sit around sort of 74 to 76 degrees. I think that's where it's going to sit. That's 2.5 minutes at full whack. I don't think we'll never do full whack. I mean, I have put it on full whack there as well. If we do it on a variable load, that's usually a good indication of a good cooler. See how quick it dropped down from 76 degrees down to 30. That basically means you've got enough metal in your cooler. You've got enough thermal mass, and you've got good heat dissipation. If it takes a long time to cool down, it basically means you've not got the right ratio of thermal mass to actually heat generated, because the thermal mass can't dissipate through the fans and the fins quick enough, so it stays hotter longer. So that shows you it's a good design of cooler on that. So yeah, I think that will be good. Let's do a quick 3D adaptive test, get that onto steady, and put that on extreme. Did this yesterday. I just want to see where this sits. This was sitting about 68 degrees yesterday. This is GPU, this. There we go. So we're looking up here now. Pulling about, I think it was about 300 watts yesterday. Pulling it today, 100%, and about 60 odd degrees. We have put those fans in at the front. So this is now, I can feel the air actually being sucked in at the front of the case. This is going to work brilliantly. I have about 5 gigs of BIOS bin files on Google Drive I can share if you like. Ooh, Ronnie, if you've got all those, they are... I don't do a great deal with BIOSes. I tend to rely on people like Lead Farmer and people like that. But Ronnie, wow, that's one hell of a repository and resource. That must have took you years to do. Only thing I've got a mass collection of is retro games on mine. I've got thousands of ROMs, thousands of legally backed up ROMs, I will say. I own every single one. It took me ages to copy them onto my server. Yeah, I don't. I don't. Oh, which button's that? That's it there. Don't do that. But yeah, that stuff like that is amazing. I've just started getting into more BIOS programming because Arnold Lead Farmer which I don't know whether you know, but he's simply amazing. I think you've been in on some of the streams as well with it as well. When I've been, you'll know how inexperienced I am with the BIOS programming. But the T48, which has been recommended, what I bought with the donations from chat, just a phenomenal piece of kit, that thing. Right, so 60, it's about the same. Well, it's actually a bit better than yesterday. This is what I was trying to say to people yesterday. If you get your airflow right, now that even though it's side at case on, that's actually running a bit cooler than it was yesterday, a couple of 3 degrees cooler than it was yesterday. So that is good for an airflow within case, and that's because we're moving the fans around, put them in the front. So it's actually getting forced air, a bit like a supercharger, it's getting forced cool air rather than just trying to suck it from there. So it's not having to work as hard to get it done. Oh, thank you very much, Ronnie. Yeah, by all means, drop me a Discord message. I'm on the probably similar Discords to what you are, but yeah, drop me a Discord message on there, and so on. I don't really use Discord that much. I'm not one into big social media. It confuses me to some degree, which I know is probably not the right thing to say for somebody who's into tech. But I think it's one of those with Discord. I don't use it that often to say that. What else was I going to check on here? I can check that was it, temps and airflow, weren't it? And we checked the other bits yesterday. Just make sure we don't have any outstanding drivers. We do not. I do need to just. Oh, that's it. I need to register it. That was the other thing. I need to register it. Let me grab a long Ethernet cable and plug my Ethernet cable in the back. Need to find the serial number for the Windows that I have bought, and let's do check for updates, which is that one there. I found a cheap Threadripper system on Marketplace, 2nd gen, $200, no post though. You think anybody who's got a Threadripper would have invested the money in for a repair? The older generation ones were very good at the time, but they're probably not. I mean, £200 still cheap. It's whether what would you use it for? Because I think you were saying you do yours on a laptop, don't you? That'd make a good video rendering machine because of the amount of cores it's got. If you could get the yeah, it would make a decent one of those if you can get the software to support it. All right, so I'm going to put change product. I can't show you this, guys, because obviously it's got customer serial number on. So I can't see it myself. Can't see it myself. Because I look at the same screen as what you guys look at. Right, I'm going to have to disconnect this and plug it in here and change my screen from there to there. Change, never thought that one out, did I? Change that to HDMI 1. Hopefully I'll get a picture. Yeah, I've got a picture. Right, I'm gonna. You'll just have to look at my ugly mug 2 minutes whilst I type this serial number in. Right, that's the serial number. Have I mistyped it? Have I typed it incorrectly? It's always anticipation, isn't it? I have noticed when you put these serial numbers in, what sometimes happens is, you put the serial number in, it says it doesn't work, you reboot and it's worked. No idea why it does that. Activated. It's asking me to activate. By activating Windows, you get the best experience, free from interruptions. I can, I suppose, pause it, but all I've basically done is take the HDMI cable out of my splitter, which sits up here, and plug it directly into the monitor, so I can still have that. God, that's taking its time to activate. Gosh, that's taking its time to activate. Grandkids come and hide the bacon. Oh yeah, my dog goes to next door neighbour on a morning because she likes the bacon sandwich, and I said don't give her any bacon because she don't have processed. Well, she don't have human food. I'm not supposed to eat cooked food, dogs. But I think she gets sneaked a little bit of bacon sandwich. So she walks around into the garden next door. Certainly, some wet patio doors are open at the back, and she has a bit of a bacon butty with next to her neighbours. This is taking a long time to activate. By activating Windows, you get the best experience. Well, just activate then. We'll leave that to do that. They had a bug with the 26H2. It always showed wrong key. You had to use Sluey 3 over command. I don't even know what. I've never even heard of Sluey 3. Good morning, Nick. Nick's in, everybody. My other moderator. Good morning, good morning. I'm an early bird. 5 a.m. this morning. I was unable to activate Windows. I'm a very early bird. 5 a.m. this morning. I've got a very special person coming to see me later. So I thought I'll get it all done. Nick's coming over this afternoon. So I thought that's why I'll get up and early. But yeah, I'm just going to give this, go away, you silly MSI thing, and cancel. I'm just going to give this machine a reboot. I know you can't see this because I can't show you this bit because of the serial. I don't want anyone stealing it. Morning, Ozzy! Oi, oi, oi. Oh, he's come up with oi, oi, oi. Streamlabs is joining in there, Ozzy, for you coming in. Ozzy57 gets an oi, oi, oi. We're finishing off what we started yesterday, which is this, I think it's set up as a shout out for you, Ozzy. I was trying to put some shout outs for when people jump in chat. So I put that on yesterday. I couldn't think of anything else to put for you, and I know you're a regular chatter. While this is doing that, I'm going to see if I can pull up the picture what TFN sent me on Discord and so on. See if we can have a look at this bacon sandwich. That'd be so much better than looking at my ugly Merg friend request. Oh, Ronnie, accept. We've accepted Ronnie's. There we go. Accept request. I just accept everything. You could be sending me a violet, the thing. Oh, I've got that. By 5 GB. Thank you very much, Ronnie. Got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. Thank you. And ooh. Yeah. Let me just see if I can share this screen. Is it that one there? Let me just, I can't pull it up. Where is my, yeah. That is the picture. I don't know if you guys can see this. I know who TFN is now. I know who TFN is. Sorry. I know who TFN is. He sent me that this morning. Are they beef curtains? When you said you were going to send me some pictures of them, it weren't. That's bacon. Oh, wow. That's bacon. I didn't get your TFN compared to your user handle on there. Like I say, I accept things from everybody, and that's a different username. So that did throw me the other day when it came through, but I just accept it anyway. So I do apologise on that TFN, but at least I know who you are now. Yeah, no problem. And thank you, Ronnie. I've got yours as well. I'll have a look at that repository on there. Because I think that's a good thing about the community, isn't it? I need that mouse there. Oh wait, my screen's gone off. It's changed HDMI inputs. You silly thing. No, we don't need that. That one, and yeah. The community. I was telling. I've told a couple of customers actually about the all-in-one we did the other day. Morning, Nick. Hope you've recovered from your Switzerland trip, where we took I can't spell activation settings, where we took a BIOS file off, activated. There we go. I know Windows is activated. Windows 11 Home is activated. So I can now unplug that from there, plug that back into there, and hopefully, I say with confidence, if I bring OBS back up and put OBS over here, which is where it should live, and I do that, no, not that one, we have an activated version of Windows. So we've now activated Windows Home, as we can see, activated Home with his product here. I don't think that makes much difference. So we are good to go on there. So we'll just do a Windows update, because we just want to make sure it is up to date. Yeah, that's bacon. That's how local farmers' bacon den looks like. Wow. It smells like a heart attack. It does. It certainly smells like a thing. I'm doing barbecue Texan steaks today. Heavy marinade. What do you put on your marinade? Have you got a secret family recipe, or is it just a packet mix? I'm one of these. Nickel vouched for me as well, who came in earlier. I cook. I don't eat. I do eat processed food, because I think it's wrong to say I don't eat processed food. I try not to eat any processed food at all, apart from things like bread or maybe ketchup and things like that. But meals are generally all cooked from raw ingredients. So I make some very, I won't say elaborate, but I'll always cook something, and when it comes over, I try and always cook something different. And she always says, bless her, oh, it's always lovely. I don't think they're always lovely, but she's an eloquent guest, and she always shows her gratitude with, oh, that was absolutely lovely. And we always clear as plates. But I tend to just make things up and think, oh, that'll go with that, that'll go with that, that'll go with that. Special made marinade. Is it like Coca-Cola? You can't tell me what's in it. Is that the secret sauce as such, or is it that? If I were doing a barbecue marinade, I would put in something like brown sugar, maybe a little bit of cumin, some garlic powder, some white pepper, salt, a bit of chili, maybe a bit of smoked paprika as well, and then a tad of honey for a bit more sweetness with the brown sugar. And then what else? What else would I probably put in that to rub it on? Maybe some tomato basting, so maybe some tomato puree, maybe a bit of tomato ketchup, something like that to give it a bit of thickness. Maybe a spoonful of whole grain mustard as well. And if I was really feeling elaborate, not that I've probably got any, maybe some alcohol, something like a whiskey or something like that, just to give it a bit of, because I think the chemicals certainly in the acidity in the mustard and the tomato ketchup will help to penetrate the meat and soften the fibres, and helps and the salt will obviously help the absorption of the flavours, won't it? Because it does it through reverse osmosis. So yeah, I definitely benefit from your culinary skills. There we go. She does. She benefits from my culinary skills. I feed her well. Anyone tried to fix cough cable on screens before? Is the cough the actual data cable for the screen, Ronnie? I have if that's what you're referring to, I have attempted to fix those before with little or no success. I generally end up buying another one. I do it for the challenge, or try for the attempt rather than expecting to do it. Is that the one which basically comes onto like a ribbon cable at one end and thingy cable on the other? I'm not very good with terminology. I just call them that waggly cable. We've got a little bit of RGB lighting. I'm going to turn some of these lights off just so we can have a look at the glorious RGB. We've got the screen in the background. I'm going to flick the main lights off, gents. Look at that. Whoa, look at the RGB. Got beautiful RGB on the graphics card. Woo-hoo-hoo. And 2 RGB still. We've still got the plastic cover on there, so at least it's not going to get damaged. Wow, I've been streaming 1 hour. 1 hour. Let's tidy some of this stuff up for when we start putting bits and bobs back. Get that in there. Got that. We're going to get these done. It's the gold coloured one. Yeah, it's the multi-plug, the 30 pin or the 40 pin plug. I have tried to repair them. Sovereign's repaired them a couple of times. Well, he's repaired them in the fact that he puts, when the power cable melts, do it. But no, I don't think I've successfully repaired one. I must have successfully repaired one somewhere in my life. I can't say that I did one on the screen not long back, but it ended up being the actual screen circuit board, which was at fault. I'm talking laptop screens now. So, yeah, maybe. Don't know. I honestly can't remember, if I'm being honest. Everything just blurs. You know, I don't know if you guys are the same, but when you start looking at the same thing over and over again, it tends to look a bit blurry. Optional updates. Oh, wow, no optional updates. That's good. So we'll just get this one installed, we'll give it a quick restart, and then we'll bag this one up, put it in its box, and we'll call this one done. And then we will move on to the next one, which is a hard drive and PSU. So I think on that one, because it's a small case, the motherboard and everything has to come out. If you are watching and you've been watching a while, just please make sure you either refresh your stream, or whether you're on tablet, mobile or desktop, because YouTube is lagging. I've got 10 screens free, so I'll try. Not done what before. Are they laptop screens, or are you referring to desktop screens? Because if they're desktop screens, 10 screens, they're not exactly a small commodity to store those, are they? Why is this not loading that thing? It's still installing. There you go. It's installing that one now. We've moved on to there. Completed. Restart. We'll just give that a quick restart. Just make sure it's still turned on. Do a quick check for, what's it called? Updates. This should be pretty quick. It's a nice system. This has got the 2 terabyte and the 1 terabyte NVMe's in. So it is a nice system, nice looking system. It's took him about 6 weeks to get all the parts and everything together, because he's been looking for the graphics card and the RAM, which were the 2 most difficult ones to source, because everything else was new. So he said which should he go for. So it's the ones I recommended, and he's gone for those. And yeah, he's got himself a nice system now. Crikey, this must have been a complicated update. Saying that, it's the first time I've done updates. That'll be why. I've not. Morning, Sweden. Good morning. Happy Saturday the 14th. Glad to see you made it through Friday the 13th. In an average year, they say we get 4 Friday the 13th. In an average year. We all seem to make it through, don't we? But yeah, glad to see you made it through. This is just finishing off the computer, what we did start last night. So we're just finishing this one, which is, you can't really see a great deal from here. But as soon as this is now updated, we will be moving over to that. But yeah, waking up to PCDD, crikey. That's not many people can say they've done that, I'll tell you guys. Which isn't a bad thing. I don't know who it's a bad thing for. The viewers or me, I don't know. Yay, we're in a reboot. But it looks like, I'm just looking on CCTV, it looks like a bright morning, it's cold. Woke up, a layer of ice on my car. Looked through the window, and it wasn't that white frosty ice. I know it sounds really silly. Do you know when it's clear and it kind of looks like a prism, because you can see how it's frozen overnight into like shards and sections, and it was like that, but it was completely covered, so it was uniform, and as the light were reflecting back off it and kind of hitting it and coming through, it looked like a prism, like little mini rainbows all over the roof of the car. It looked quite nice. I'm not one of these who cries when I see a rainbow, but I just thought, oh, that looks, and it's probably melted now because sun shines on the front of the house first, even though it's pretty cold. But it was 2 degrees last night. 2 degrees. I mean, I got a bang on door about 1 a.m. and it were a group of penguins saying, "Can we come in for a warm?" It was that chilly. Restarting. Are you really restarting, or are you just teasing me? I don't think you are restarting. I think you're just saying, "I want to tell you that I'm restarting, just to keep you on the hook." And then we're not going to do it, and you just think, well, is it hung or not? It gets you in this vicious circle of, ooh, did it actually go off because it's restarting? Because sometimes what Windows does, it comes up and it says, I'm restarting, and then it appears back on, doesn't it, rather than actually restarting. It kind of tricks us a little bit. Top left-hand corner, we got something thing. TFN, 30 minutes. I would seriously say, if it took 30 minutes to come back on after the crash, please run Crystal Disk Info. It's a free piece of software, and check your integrity of your disk. Because if it took 30 minutes, even if it's repairing the OS, that's still a long time. Please run Crystal Disk Info. It's a free app. It's all good, is it? Oh, right, okay. I know Mick was having problems, and he run Crystal Disk, and it said on mechanical drives it still shows it as good, but they're not always what they should be. Can't put them in there. Right, we'll do one last ones of these, and then we should 99% on. Oh, that's all right then. RAM test also good. I wonder why it took 30 minutes then. That is a long time for it to come through and restart. Right, this is all good. Oh, come off that screen then. I need to be on that screen while I shut down. Bit premature there. That's me on a morning. So I'll get this one now boxed up. I'm happy that this is good to go. He's got himself a very, very nice computer. So we'll get this one disconnected, and we'll get this one boxed up. And get on to the next one out. I'm in trouble with having a tiny office. Oh, trouble with having a tiny office. You haven't got anywhere to put out. It crashed during the driver update. It didn't know what to, right, okay. Hardware, yay. Software, nay. Yeah. I stay away from software. I've got a friend locally. He's about half a mile away from me, and he does software. So that's his business. Same as me, but he does software. I do hardware. So I tend to refer all software things to him. I had to have my start that sentence again. I had to have my fully grown daughter phone me and asked me if she could get a dog, but she has not lived on her own for 9 years. Already kids. We are lucky to have them. Yeah. After that happened, me, YouTube just come up and said that. Woohoo! Yeah, my dog's hassle-free, I must say. Hassle-free. She's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, Nick, who's in chat, will vouch for my pooch, because she sees her often. But yeah, my pooch is wonderful. I don't think I would be without her. She's a brilliant companion, in every aspect, and the dog is too. I'm going to make this look a hash, aren't I, on camera? I'm going to put it in the other way. I wouldn't normally do this in here. I would normally do this in the other room where I've got so much more room. But I've got no cameras in there, apart from the bedroom, obviously. So need to do this here. It's getting warm in my little office. These are different, so I think that's the base. So So see if we can get this positioned correctly. Ouch. Oh, if anybody was on the stream last night, we had a mystery tipper, donator, who kept donating on behalf of other people. We did find out who it was, and I will let the cat out of the bag now. It was Uncle Andy from Swindon Electronic Repairs. Oh gosh, that is so heavy. Swindon Electronic Repairs. Thank you very much, Andy, for your very, 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 very generous donations last night, and everybody else who kindly donated as well. To the stream. But it was Andy who was donating on behalf of everybody last night. I think some of us realised it was. I could see because it was coming up on my watch. But it was good. It was good fun doing that stream. Oh damn, the stream last night. Forgot to put its cover on. I'm not going to open it back up to do that. Or can I? Take the polystyrene. Yeah, I can take the polystyrene out. All done. Right, I'm just going to carry this through there and then just tidy some of the boxes and bring the next one in. And we can make a start on that. That one in there. Let's get some of this junk put, or not junk, the stuff that we don't need, we will put back in here and send this back to the customer for him to store. Don't think there's anything else. Oh, we need to put his antennas for his Wi-Fi card that I've given him. Okay. Right, I'll take this box through. This is now this one done, and we'll bring the next machine through. 2 ticks, guys. Okay. I'll get the power supply out for this one. That's that one. And I think I got the glasses. Oh, had to laugh. Oh, I've done that one. I really had Rusty Russ on my list being the Joker. Yeah, I think a lot of people had got Russ down. And Russ actually said it was him at one point as well. But yeah, I actually saw from the first one. But it was just such good fun because it did throw me. Because Andy was changing the name of everybody. So he was catching everybody out. And certainly when they were coming into chat as well, and he was donating straight away. And it was like, well, I've not donated. So it was catching quite a lot of people out on that, which was really funny. And like, because Nano had actually put a very generous one down. His wife actually did put one down as well, or his partner, should I say. Ellie had put one down as well, which threw me because Ellie forgot to put a name on and it came up as anonymous. But on my PayPal receipt, it came up with a full name, obviously. And I'm like, I don't recognise that name. And then she put in chat, oh, sorry, I forgot to put my name. But but yeah, and also to make matters worse, because I think Andy had done a couple for JFix, and James was like, no, it's not me, it's not for me. And then another one came through, which was James, but James was then winding it to say it wasn't and whatnot. So it did get a little bit, even with me looking at my watch, because they were coming through quite often, even though they were the pound ones, which is just really. Yeah, I always feel really humbled when I get the donations coming through, whether it's £1 or £10 or whatever it is. Really humbled on it all. Anyway, we are going to do this one now. Customer brought it because it had gone bang. But it hadn't actually blown the main power in the house when it went bang. So I was thinking it was on the cold side rather than the hot side, because it had not blown because you'd expect it, certainly in the UK, if you've got half decent wiring, it would blow the main trip or something like that on the house circuit, and it didn't blow any of that. So I was worried that something had gone bang on the cold side and put it through to the board. I checked his power cord, his fuse was fine as well, which again made me a little bit worried, because he said it went with an actual bang, and it startled him, and it wouldn't power after that. So I've had everything out. Initially it wouldn't post. Well, that ended up being a stick of RAM which wasn't in right. So I'm not too sure whether the customer had an attempt at checking things himself. So I got that in, and then it started to post, but I couldn't post it with GPU. So I've had it all out and cleaned all contacts, and it's now all posting like it is. But the power supply is failing, and also he has managed to get his hard drive, which is a 240 gig hard drive, down to 20 megabytes. I've never seen one so low. 20 megabytes of free space. But it's damaged the drive as well. So we're putting a new PSU in it, and we're putting a new hard drive in it. He has a 1 terabyte mechanical disk as well, what's going back in it, which has done, I think, 3 years and 22 days of use. But they're going to put that one back in, because that was still reporting as good. I did some speed tests on it, and that was still reporting as healthy speeds for a mechanical drive of that age anyway. So the thing is with this, the power cable for the 12 volt, which is this one here, is under the board. So we are going to have to take everything out. So it will be like a kind of mini build, in the respect of everything's out, everything's stripped down, everything's rebuilt and put back in. But it is quite a small case, so we are working against limitations of size anyway, and the cable management on here is not going to be good, because we can see there's nowhere really for cable management. So we will make that look the best. The Corsair supply that I am fitting has same colour cable, so at least we're not going to get multiple colours floating around in there, so it might look a little bit better aesthetically. But we'll again, we can only do what we can do with wiring. Only do what we can do. Oh, I've got some on Discord. Discord just keeps popping up at the bottom of the screen. I don't know why. Just keeps popping up and saying, I'm here, come and look at me. Let's get his GPU out. So what's everyone's plans for this weekend? Are you going out? Are you staying in? Have you got any special things happening? I know Ronnie's making a special barbecue rub. So I presume he's having some type of... Is it barbecue you're having there, or are you having guests over? Working. Oh, Zola. Well, you've just finished your night shift, haven't you, as well? Are you working nights all weekend, Zola? Oh, no, you didn't say nights. You said you just finished work, didn't you? Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't assume it's nights, because you might not be UK-based. I don't think you are UK-based, are you? Actually doing them now. Are you doing them now? There we go. Multitasking running. That is one thing I cannot do, is multitask. I'm that bad at multitasking, I can't run and breathe. Well, it's either multitasking or just out of shape, I don't know. Oops, I dropped a screw. Quite a rusty screw, which is a bit unnerving. Certainly coming out at the bottom of the motherboard. Both Audi failed in Q2. Oh no. I didn't watch sprint. I did look at the results, so I won't mention it to anybody in case they're wanting to watch it. I didn't watch sprint qualifying either, and obviously I'm not watching normal qualifying. I'll watch the race tomorrow. I don't dislike Chinese Grand Prix. I actually like it to drive. I enjoy driving it, the Chinese circuit. I can't get that screw out. I think it's a nicer circuit to drive than it is to watch. It's a bit like Azerbaijan. I prefer watching Azerbaijan than driving it. So it's the other way around. My favourite track to drive is Silverstone by far. I do really like driving Silverstone because I think it flows so nice. Right, that's the motherboard out. I like Canada as well to drive. Right, I'll stick that there. Right, so add mixtures. All right, okay. Quali was good. Yeah, I ain't watched it. I would imagine the qualifying. I was impressed with Team Red in the qualifying of and the race result. In fairness, of sprint result. You like Monaco more? What, for driving or for watching? I drive online, sim racing online. I cannot stand it. Well, I don't like it for either. In fairness, don't like driving it. I don't like watching it. It's one of the few Grand Prix in the year, probably the only Grand Prix actually, I will purposefully avoid watching. I don't enjoy Monaco in the slightest. I've been to Monaco a couple of times, and I will say, if you ever get a chance to go to Monaco, please go. It's a phenomenal place. It's just surreal. But as far as the Grand Prix is concerned, yeah, it's not one for me. Not one for me at all. I find it quite a boring race. And the issue I have with driving it, I know it's designed for it, but it's just too much stop-start. You can overtake if you're racing against slower opponents, because there's a lot of braking zones. You can actually overtake, certainly some of them. If they're a little less experienced on the braking, you can get some overtakes done, but it's just such high jeopardy. A lot of people tend to crash. You get a lot of safety cars. I'm talking online stuff now. But what it does, if you ever get a chance to go there and actually walk the track, a bit dusty. You ever get to walk the track, it really gives you an understanding of, wow, these Formula 1 drivers who do race around here have got a screw loose. They've got a screw loose at speeds that they're going around that track. Well, any street circuit, really. You look at Azerbaijan Castle section in there, how tight that is. I mean, it's immensely tight. It's just wide enough for you've got a bit more space now with new cars being smaller, but certainly older cars, it was just big enough for them. It was just lunacy. And the speeds they would take through some of the corners and whatnot, you just think, what? Why the hell have they gone? Right. Well, we won't be putting that back in. We'll be changing that. They're not putting that back in because that's a point of failure, and they've got a hub. Yeah, that's a good example of why you shouldn't put cheap power supplies in computers, because they fail. Right, where's my little Hoover? There's some of this dust from around here. I'm just going to put you on mute 1 second, gent, because this will be a little bit, I won't say too noisy, but it's going to give you a little bit of a noise. So rather than giving you a noise, I'll put it on mute 1 second. It's not getting a thorough clean, it's just getting a... what the hell is that down there? I don't even really want to get that out. You see something in your computer and you go, what's that? Can we ever guess what that is? That white thing in corner. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to get it out because I don't know what it is. Yeah, I've never driven Brands Hatch. I've been to Brands Hatch for touring car racing. Is that wood? It's not wood. Well, I would say it's probably not wood. I'm going to lift the computer up, and if I had to have a guess, I think it's something which was an animal at some point. I don't know if it'll focus. I really don't know what that is. And I'm going to have to get it out, obviously. So we will, if it moves, I'm going to scream. No, it's not moved, so it's clearly dead. Let me see if I can pick it up with something. It's a. Do you know what? It could be a parsnip. I thought initially, I'm going to reserve judgment. I'm not going to comment until I get it out, because what I thought it was, it probably isn't. But we'll. I can't even see to get it out because of where it is. So if we've got any better tweezers. Oh, I've got my new tweezers here. I really don't know what that is. But we will hold it in a pair of tweezers because I don't really want to touch it because I say I don't really know what it is. And it looks a bit... I really don't know what that is. It's one of them weird and wonderful things you find in a customer's computer. I honestly don't know what that is. Look like a tail of an animal, but it's not that, and it's quite fibrous, so that's going straight in the bin. Don't know what that is. Just a strange place for it to live down, live down near those fans down there. Where you've got that case, landfill, yeah, it's something living down there. I really don't know what it is. It looked like, you're right, it looked like a parsnip. It did look like, oh, they've cable tied all the way down there, so I can't even get to them. It did look like a parsnip. But it was, I think it was maybe something fluffy, or I don't know, something fibrous, like a, I don't know. I thought it was a joint when I first saw it. I thought, there's an end of a joint, or whatever you want to call them in your area, something like that. And I thought, no, never. And I mean, it wasn't when I looked at it, but I don't know what it was. I honestly don't know what it was. I just didn't want to touch it. And then I thought it was the tail of a mouse or something which had been ripped off. I thought, I'm going to find a carcass. It wouldn't be the first time I had found a dead rodent in a computer, or partial dead rodent. I found a skull once. And I swear to this day, there was no way that skull, because there was no body, it was just a skull. It must have been placed in there, because there was no way that could have got inside and did what it did. How many headers have we got? We have got, on this motherboard, I'm just looking for fan headers on the motherboard whilst we... my gosh, there's 2 fan headers, one for the CPU and one for a case fan, and we have 3 case fans. That's why they've got a hub, so we're going to leave the hub in because they've got 2 case fans. Oh dear. So we'll stick that back through there, and we're going to get the power supply out. So we're putting a 650 watt Corsair power supply in. The downside of this is that it's big. The upside of this is it's a hell of a lot better quality. The downside of this, it's not modular, but the upside is it works. I'm going to get some black screws from because they had silver screws, and we don't want silver screws in a black case, do we? It just doesn't look correct. We've got some of these packages here. Got to have some. I've got some in my box. Just make it look a little bit prettier. I actually got them with power supply, but I've used those for another one. So it's. But like everybody, we have thousands of screws. Or I seem to have thousands, probably not 10,000, 20,000 screws, I would say. You just accumulate them over time, don't you? Right, there's one more. Shut up and dance with me. This is having a new SSD and also a fresh copy of Windows 11 on, mainly because his old drive is defunctal, and he said he's got nothing on it apart from his Steam games, which you can re-download. So I said, well, don't want to reinstall Windows, and he went yes. So we'll be putting that on, but we're not going to do that bit on camera because this will take a little longer than I would like it to take on stream. So we'll probably start it off maybe on the other monitor and let it do it in the background. Right, it's 8:45. I have somebody pulling up. I have no idea who this is. Oh, we've got an Amazon delivery. Woohoo! This should have been. I ordered this on same day. So this was a parcel I ordered on Wednesday. Amazon Prime, same day delivery. Yeah, same day delivery, Amazon Prime. Be delivered between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. It got to 10:15 and it didn't arrive. And I thought to myself, I knew it was never going to arrive. So Amazon then send you a message and say, sorry, we can't deliver your item today, which is scheduled for same day delivery. We'll deliver it on the 17th of March. I'm like, that's next week. It's a week away. That's not the same day. It's not even the same physical working week. So I thought, well, I'm not going to cancel it because it's an hour drive and I always use them. So I ordered another one which arrived yesterday, which I fitted, which has been collected today. And it's now turned up this morning. So they can't even mind what they're doing, can they? Stupid people. Stupid. Prime. Well, they say on Prime, they don't give a guarantee. It went from 1 day to 2 days. Now, Prime delivery hasn't got a time schedule on it. It's just free delivery. It's included, sorry, not free delivery. It's in, because I've had this conversation with them. It's included delivery. You basically don't pay any delivery charges. So Prime is no longer Prime as in a timed service for next day. It is, you don't pay for delivery. Because you can order some things on Amazon now under Prime delivery, and what it actually is it turns up in 3 years' time or whatever it is. Certainly if it's coming from China or places like that, it turns up as and when it wants to. So clearly that's not next day. So yeah. I can choose between 1 and 4 day delivery now. Yeah, I mean, it does save me some money. Is that just on Prime? Is that where you choose that? Because it does save me money because I tend to order everything with Prime just to get free delivery. But saying that, you look at if you tick the Prime box, it puts everything up by a couple of quid anyway, which is again a bit crazy. So they've got to stand the cost somewhere. So you're not actually getting it for free in some cases. You're just paying it in the price of the actual item. But how many people actually then go and look to see if that's the case. Oh, I've got no space for this cable at the back. The problem what we're going to have is his this is bizarre. His old CPU cable, let me put it onto here, is that thick. It's literally 4 wires thick. Yeah, you could feed that any way you wanted to. His new CPU cable, because he's got a good power supply, is like 100 times thicker. The issue what we have is there is no room at the back of the case at all for this. Brandon, good morning. The amount of stuff I order. No problem, Zola. Have a good sleep and enjoy work this weekend if that is entirely possible. Catch you, if I don't catch you, well, probably won't catch you over the weekend. Have a good one. Probably catch you one day next week. The amount of stuff I order on Prime. God, start this sentence again. The amount of stuff I order over Amazon, freight alone is worth the yearly money. Yeah, I mean, I probably spend well into 4 figures, I would have thought, on Amazon. Well, I mean, top 4 figures as well. Multiple thousands of pounds per year on Amazon. Because I order vast majority of my parts and stock because it's just cheaper than wholesalers. Absolutely crazy. Prime is good, but some of the drivers they use, yeah. Well, I've had on one of my streams. Do you know when you get a one-time passcode for the driver? And I'd ordered about 1,500 quid's worth or £1,000 worth of parts for a customer build, and obviously it's addressed to my business, it's addressed to me thing, so they can see it's probably computer parts. Anyway. Because there were multiple items in the delivery, there was multiple boxes. So he brought, watch out, dog. He brought that to the door, which is a thermal take cooler, 30 quid's worth. No, they're not boxed, by the way. They come from Amazon like that. I'll cover my address up, but you can see they come looking like that. So you can see that that is that. And Amazon sent me a one-time passcode because there was a GPU, a CPU, there was all sorts in it, which then are boxed in Amazon boxes. They were all on the same delivery, but they were boxed separately. And your one-time
PCDD, you little shit.
Your one-time passcode, your one-time passcode on your Amazon app tells you what your passcode relates to, e.g. which box is in that consignment. So he gave me that. He said, I need your one-time passcode. I went, you're not having it for that. I went, that's a 30 quid item. Me one-time passcode in for that. And well, it is. You're not having it otherwise. I went, no, it's not. I said, you're trying to scam me. I said, get yourself back on that van and get me stuff. I were on stream when I did this, stood at the door behind me. And he's like, no, I ain't. Really sheepish and cagely. I went, I can see on my phone what the one-time passcode is for. Go get me stuff. No. I went, you are scamming me. Oh yeah, I'll just go get it. And I literally looked, my window's here, and it's 10 foot to the roadway where he parks. He opened the side door of the van, picked 2 big boxes up and brought them to the door and asked for passcode. And I gave him passcode at that point. He was just going to steal all the computer parts and give me that. And I've had this before with Amazon, where if you give them a one-time passcode, because it used to relate to the entire consignment, and you didn't know how many boxes are in, now it tells you, they don't even do anything for it because say you've given one-time passcode. But he was just trying to steal stuff in front of me for that. For the scumbag who thought it was fine to rip me off by, he obviously didn't know it was £1,000, but to cost me out of my pocket £1,000. Scumbags, absolute scumbags. And I complained to Amazon, and they did absolutely zip about it. It delivered a few days later. Crazy. Anyway, off me soapbox there. But it does save me a lot of money. Zola, I have a box of PC motherboards coming for repair from 600 kilometres away. Wow, that's another country for us. I know where you are. It's probably the same country. 600 kilometres would take me to France. It's what it is. Morning, Andy. I am still streaming. Not been to bed yet. It's a long stream. We've been going since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Good morning, Andy. We did reveal the Phantom donator yesterday. I already told that story. I think we had a driver who was so full of it, he threw packages up onto my carport roof. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was Andy yesterday, guys, the Phantom donator. It was Andy. Thank you very much. We were saying, Andy, in fairness, he got everyone questioning. I did say to people who were in chat at the time this morning, who did they think it was? Morning, Sean. Morning, Sean. 5 metre high carport roof, by the way. Wow, that's not exactly low, is it? 5 metres. What's that? 15 foot. That's a fair. Trying to get them back down. And a couple of them thought it were Russ. And I think other people suspected it with you. But yeah, it was good fun yesterday, Andy. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. Right, guys, we've got the power supply thing. We are gonna attempt, and I don't think we'll be able to do it. I'm gonna attempt to get it out, but I don't even think there's any point, because I'm not gonna get the plugs through the tiny little hole which they call a place for the cable management. There is no way on this earth that I am gonna get this big thing into such a tiny space and tiny hole down here. So it's said that before, and it's just not going to fit, because once I've got that through, I've got to get a cable through, and then I've got to get other end through as well. So it's not going to work. So the only options we've got is to bring it over the top of the motherboard. But we are working with what we've got. We're working with limitations at case and everything else. So we'll get the motherboard back in, and we're going to have to do excuse me, the wiring over the top of the board, cable tight up, trying to make it look pretty. Fingers crossed it looks half it. Well, fingers crossed. I'm not even gonna make any comment until I've done it. It's not gonna be pretty, it's not gonna be nice, but the case cannot do anything else with this case. At least they did put all the standoffs in the correct place for the customer. We were discussing bacon sandwiches earlier as well, Andy. I bet you're partial to a bacon sandwich. I'm sure you've mentioned it before in your streams as well. And somebody suggested, I can't remember, I think it might have been Ronnie or TFN, bacon and marmalade sandwich. I quite like that idea. I do quite like the idea of bacon and marmalade. You know, a bit of sweet, bit of salty. Yeah, I do fancy that. It's just I've got no bacon in, so I can't do it. It'll be better than what I am eating today, by the way. Not a fan of bacon. Not a fan of bacon? Oh, wow. I don't mind nice bacon. I'm not a lover of. We went out for breakfast on Wednesday morning to a local cafe which gets absolute rave reviews, and I must say the cafe, it was really, really nice. Quite expensive. I don't know if it was expensive or not. I mean, I don't really eat breakfast, or I don't eat out that often breakfast wise. But it was, we had 2 mini breakfasts and 2 drinks, and it was like 20 quid. From a cafe. It was really, really nice food. I will say the atmosphere, the place, and everything else was really, really nice. I couldn't eat it all because there was a lot. But I'm not a lover of fried breakfasts at all. I'm a toast man. I eat far too much bread, far too much toast, and I know I shouldn't do it, but just love a bit of carbs. This is where the fun starts. We can put the GPU and everything in after we've done some of the cables, because we have no not sure. Wasn't Paddington? Well, Paddington probably won't have the bacon, would it? Bacon makes everything better. It does. It really, really does. Put bacon on something, it just makes it taste so much better. I remember somebody saying that about chorizo. Put chorizo in it, it makes it taste better. I had some cornflakes with chorizo. It didn't make it taste better at all. They lied to me. Hard drive light goes there. Reset goes there. These are going to be fun to try and shove in the tiny little holes. Oh, can't get it out. This case is going to look like a car crash when I've finished, because there is substantially more cabling on a better quality power supply than the cheaper power supply. So it is going to look really, really messy and not going to be a Mona Lisa. It'll be more like Salvador Dali, a bit more impressionism. Did he do stuff like that? Me showing my cultured side there. Not that it is, it's just a name I recognise. And obviously the cultured ones in chat will be going, what's he on about? What's he on about? Salvador Dali didn't do that. I don't know who Salvador Dali is. He painted things. But my extent on art is Tony Hart and Morph. Remember him? He was brilliant. Tony Hart and Morph. Have we got another? Here we have. That's for his whatchamacallit. So we have finished the one what we started yesterday. You know, the build, that's been finished this morning already. I've done the Atom laptop as well. I did that before I even started streaming this morning and got that one done out of the way. And get my new cable. Don't like that cable, decided. I've got get one of them. Yeah, so done a couple already today. Which way do they go in? They go in from the front or the back? I don't know. Can't remember. Took it to bits the other day. They go in from that side, so the cables need to come under the bottom, so we can shove. That's going to be interesting. Let's shove that in there. So we've got two drives. Got an SSD and a mechanical one. Shove that back under there and back round. This'll annoy me now, because it's not going to look anywhere near as pretty as it could or should look. Ouch. That's his old drive. Where's his new one? His new one's down here. Oh. Knife. Let's open this packaging. Ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Oh, I've got that. Do you know when you get a song in your head and you just start thinking, I don't even know where I've heard it. I couldn't even tell you who sings that. Apart from, it must have been playing somewhere. I just don't know where it's been playing when I've been listening to it. I think he only had, I don't know why they've done this, I think they've only had the SSD actually slotted in, e.g. kind of fallen into the hole. So I'm only going to do the same because he's got no actual fixings for a, oh he has up there, I put it in there. So we can actually put that into some sort of resembled location. That one in there, and then we'll see if we can get that one there and connect it up. I have a song stuck in my head since last week, driving me crazy. Which one is it? Go on, sing it to us. Yeah, time I had to take my PC in was for power supply when this smoke was not a good sign. Yeah, well, I was saying on this one that the customer complained it actually literally went bang, e.g. a loud noise, but didn't trip his house electrics or his RCD or anything else. And it didn't even blow the fuse in the plug. And I was worried that it was on, you know, the cold side and it had taken other things. So he's really, really fortunate that the power supply only took, considering it's a cheap, terrible Chinese power supply, which was in it, it didn't take everything with it. So that was really, really good. But yeah, the power supply is completely dead. It was very fortunate. I always think power supplies are overlooked by a lot of people, and they should probably put a little bit more emphasis on the quality of the supply. I do see a lot of people who'll spend, you know, £1,000 on a computer, and then just get a power supply and go, yeah, I'll buy that 800-watt one because it's like 40 quid, and it's like, no, please spend some money on it. Please spend some money on it. Right, let's get a SATA cable fed through and down. Yeah, it's a bit like with the power supply. I think with some they get really nice looking computer, and it's a bit like having a really nice shiny car and then putting a 1 litre engine in it, and it's just not going to do you any favours, is it? You need something which will perform as well as every other component in there, and yeah, a lot of people just don't get that, or they buy a cheap one thinking it's because it says it on the tin that it's going to do what it says on the tin, and again, they don't always do that. So it is one of the few areas I would say spend the money. It's shut up and dance with me. That's the only bit I've got stuck in my head. I ain't got a clue who's singing it. But yeah, we're waiting for Ronnie to sing his. He had one of these cases before. These are a PC specialist. PC specialist. I had a phone call with somebody the other day, and I'm sure we've maybe come across people like this. And he rang me very early one morning, and I didn't answer the phone because I didn't realise who it was. Well, I don't know him. He's not run back. But anyway, the upshot of it was he had a problem with his computer and he wanted me to repair it. That's good. That's what I do. That's what I try and do. After he told me how to repair it, because he knew exactly what was wrong with it, and he said, I'm a computer guy, I know everything about and blah 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 blah, and I know how to do everything in this computer, but I can't repair this. Anyway, upshot of it is it were faulty motherboard, but he won't believe me. So he's not ended up bringing it in. But crazy enough, he says to me, he says, this is probably the highest spec PC you've ever worked on. I says, oh right, oh crikey, okay. I'm thinking, oh my god, it is something spectacular, this machine. And he's yeah, it's cost me an absolute fortune to build and this and that. I don't know where he bought it from it then, but I said, what GPU is it? He says, oh, it's the new 51. I says, okay. I says, they are nice. I said 5090 because I know they are very expensive. No, I couldn't afford that one. I'm like, all right, so it's probably not as high end as I have built then. I said, all right, so 5080. No. Is it the 60? I said, all right, yeah, the 5060. So we'd got the 5060. And then I said, so what CPU is it? I'm expecting something spectacular. And he'd got a 9600. Intel 9600 i5, I think it was, or something, I can't remember. So not even a new CPU. I said, when did you build it? He says at Christmas. It says cost a fortune. I spent about 800 quid on it. Cost a fortune. Oh, okay. But I suppose that's a true thing of just because. Where's my other cable gone for that? It's represented in what people believe, isn't it? In what they see the value and everything else in. But yeah, he didn't bring it in mainly because he didn't believe me when I said it's not your power supply which is causing fault, or it's highly unlikely to be your power supply. It's more likely to be your motherboard, which has failed, and he basically didn't believe me. So yeah, I did offer to look at it, but he didn't want me to. Right, got that plugged in there. That's going to just have to. That's the sort of thing which I'm saying is stuck in there. Where are we? I've missed some chat there whilst I was looking down. Tracy loves that song. Do you know what it is then, Andy? Sorry, I missed that. Shut up and dance with me. I don't know what song it is. Wait, no, my daughter has the white one. She won't let me upgrade her PC as she and doesn't like change. 6th gen, 1050. Do you know what though? 6th gen with the 1050, depending what she's doing, it's probably pretty good. Morning, Ruggers. I had a funny case the other day. A guy phones me and tells me that he has some RAM. He wants to sell DDR, so brings it, and it's DDR 440. Wow, I've still got some of that. I've still got some DDR1 original DDR. Yeah, I've still got some in the boxed. She's in bed. She just used it for Roblox. Yeah, that's literally all my daughter uses her iPad for. It's Roblox. Let me see if I've still got this. Oh. I might have thrown it away now. I think I have. I got bored of having it in my drawer. It was just taking too much space up. I'd got some fully boxed original DDR RAM. Yeah, I've binned it. Oh, it might be in one of my other drawers. I don't know. But it was in the cardboard and the polystyrene, the plastic and everything. Never been opened. And I think there were 2 sticks of 512 megabyte original DDR in there. Oh, excuse me. So we have a CPU fan header there. I'm not going to put that on yet because it will get in my way. And I need a way of fixing. Where did he have that plugged into? Because he ain't got a fan header down here. He's got one additional fan header on, which is at the front down here. So we've got one fan header here and one fan header for CPU. That is it. And he had this plugged in, but I can't see where he had it plugged into. Let me see if I've got an extension for that. I have. It's in my hand, so at least I can use this extension and plug that into there and take it over. Yeah. Plug it into RGB header. Yeah, I would, but I ain't got any of them either. I ain't got any RGB heads. But we have an M2 slot. It's crazy that, isn't it? We've got one fan slot, no RGB, we've got an M2. But it's what the standard's on the board, isn't it? So we'll get the... Well, you can't... Ow! How's he got that plugged in? Because... Oh, he's got it plugged in on SATA, that's why. I'm getting all flustered, and he ain't got it plugged into a head. He's got it plugged in as SATA. He's got it plugged in as SATA because he obviously uses the. I know that's there, so he has got it plugged in. What? We've got 3 fans, 2 plugged in, 1 missing, and an empty header. I honestly don't know how he had this wired up. So I'm assuming that he goes in there. So we've got all 3 in just into a SATA, so nothing into the board. So that's fine. I'll just plug it into a SATA connector. We'll just that's how we rock. That's how we roll. We've just got no. Oh, this is tighter than you'd like to operate in. Tight spaces. It's about as tight as my trousers after a big meal. I cannot get. Oh, I'm going to have to unplug that, Let's see if I can just ram it in. Come on. Oh, let's pretend it's a drunken Saturday night. Let's see if we can slide it in. Aren't SATA cables brill when they don't want to bend? Not exactly good separation on cabling. Please don't judge me on my cable management on this one. Definitely not going to be pretty. The beauty is going to be in function rather than anything else. And when I say function, I mean if it works, that's a bonus. There is absolutely no space in this case for anything. There's no space at the back. So when I put the back on, the back's going to bow. I'll tell you that now. But at least we've got it plugged in. Not heard that one before. Hey, dude. We have, I don't know how you pronounce that, so we will give that a really Viomax Skipper 8768. Good morning. I'm not too sure whether I pronounced your name correctly. No idea in the slightest, so I do apologise, but hello. Hello. Not heard that one before. I don't know which one you've not heard before, but if you've not heard it before, there we go. Every day is a school day. This is how cases developed and then became obsolete because they started saying, well, put bigger. Well, if you remember older cases, which were pretty much all right. I mean, even I'll try and get that to go over here, but we've got GPU to go in, so I can't even put that in yet because GPU's got to go in there. At least it's going to hold it tight over there. It's just not good at all. Not in the slightest. So we're going to move that at the end. We'll get the GPU in now. Woohoo! I didn't got room for GPU because of cables. Oh dear. The joys of repairing, building, modifying, making things work. The cable's going to touch the GPU. That's not even going to go to there. So let's see if we can get that underneath. The GPU didn't even fit in the case. Might have to get my Vaseline down and see if I can. The issue what I've got is that's the GPU, and it's literally just the same size as the case for the length when you're trying to get it in. I don't know if I ain't got much experience at putting big things like that in small gaps. We've got it in. Whew. Right, how much you better not cables catch on the GPU fans once we have got it all in. So we'll get a couple of screws in to support it. Well, the good thing is we won't need a GPU support bracket because all the cables are there holding it up. So, yeah, every cloud. Morning Mookie! Dude, I'm buying a new i5 14600 and 1470 worth it, $2,000. I was talking to somebody yesterday, one of the chat, and they just bought a 3090 Ti and they paid £900 for it. What's that, about $1,100, $1,150, something like that. So it's by what? Shut up and dance with me. Is that by Walking on the Moon? So I think a 14600 with 4070, because that 4070 is a brilliant card. The Super though is the lower one, isn't it? Is that only 6 gigabytes of RAM? So just double check that. If it's the 8 gigabyte one, it's a lot better. But that seems like a reasonable price with how things work, because that's what's that, about 1800 UK pounds. So yeah, stuff's just going up crazily expensive. It's a seller's market, isn't it? Certainly a seller's market. Is the Super higher than the TI then? I know it was one way or the other. I thought it was the other way around. I thought Super was lower and then TI. Yeah, Super's better. You've got the TI. Super's better than it. Okay. So it might be the other way around. TI might be 6 GB. Super might be 8. I can't remember. I know it's one way or the other. But yeah. Right, I'm gonna try and get that fan in, then just put the cable in. I don't even think this fan will now reach. Just reach, and look at. I don't think you can really see the thing. It's coming straight over top. I have to Google. I think it's one of that. That's why consumers get confused, because even when you're working with them day in day out, I forget. I've got a shocking memory. Make sure I put this in the right way and not the wrong way, because we want airflow. I seem to have a influx of desktop PCs over the last few months, Milky.
PCDD, you little shit.
Shut up, GP. Oh, GP. Grasspuddle. Oh, don't trust Andy. He drives a Ford. Didn't see you coming there. Sorry, Grasspuddle, GP. Not a reliable car, you little shit. Oh God, I've got to plug that back in. It's going to be. I unplugged it into to move cabling. I need to see if I can get it back in that. Not looking forward to this. I've even got tongue sticking out here, guys. There we go. It's clunk click. At least we've got that down there. I tell you what's stopping this is because they've cable tied. The previous builder cable tied all the cables together. There we go. So we've got a bit of slack on that. I am really going to struggle to try and get the cabling any neater. And you can all ridicule me and laugh at me once I've made a mess of it. But all I'm going to do is push it down. Fortunately, at least we've got a guard on the. Fortunately, we've got guards on the fans. Get that around here. I'm actually going to use the case as cable storage. The front of the case, I know you're going to see it through a window, but this new power supply, with it being such a better quality power supply, has substantially more cabling. If I can get that down there, I need to keep his fans clear. And get his GPU plugged in. I think this is a AMD GPU, this one. Couldn't tell you the spec of it. I did look the other day. That's how I'm thinking it's an AMD, but I didn't look to any degree of. Ooh, that's one of them. Yeah, this is not a nice case. You put this into comparison with the one we've just done, and well, there's no comparison, and we're not even at TC Harrison. Right, I'm gonna get a big white cable tie because they're my long one. Fortunately, my neighbour messaged me yesterday and she said, do you want any cable ties? I went, yeah. She said, I've got a bag of 100 I'm going to throw away. I went, oh, I'll have them. And it then would been these white cable ties. I went, cannot believe I am run out of white cable ties. I need something to hold these cables, but at the moment, let me show you what the issue is. At the moment, there's just no room at all. These are extraordinarily close to the fan cables here, and over time they probably will move a little bit and start catching on fans, certainly this one. So I just want something which I can hold it back a little bit with. So I'm thinking if I can put some type of cable tie through here, through this bracket here, which is the hard drive bracket, and use it as just a gentle support to pull it up out of the way, we might be able to just pull it out of the way. But I've only got white cable ties, so there's only a central window in here. So what I'm hoping is if I can just put a little bit of tension on it, it's not going to pull it up too much out of the way, but it's going to keep it far enough away from these fans to stop us actually having too much of an issue. Yeah, so they're now not going to get anywhere. Not pretty, but again, like I keep saying, it's going to be more to do with working than aesthetics. There's just nowhere to go in here at all, and I'm having to use this area here because we're putting a Corsair 650 watt power supply in with substantially thicker cables. And again, I'll show you the difference in the thickness. That was his original one with 4 cables for his thing, compared to that. I mean, there's just no comparison. There's just, yeah. And then things like this cable coming up over the top, you can't come down back and in here, so it's the only way it can actually go. But once we've got this side on, I'm hoping you're not going to see majority of it because it's only a small window case. It's not like it's a full panel. Right, so what's the other one? Or an i5 14600 pair with a 4070 Ti. All right, the Ti Super is the higher one. Also get suggestions to buy an i7 265K with 5070, by the way. I need new PC for learning purposes, but now I'm using an Intel Pentium G440 and no GPU and 12 gig of RAM. Well, I've not had any experience with that i7 265. That's the new generation, isn't it? 5070, if it's a standard 5070, it'll probably not perform as well as the 4070 Ti Super in raw power. On benchmarking, you might see some things, but obviously a 5070 is slightly newer tech, but not substantially better. And if it is a standard 5070, I believe they perform worse than 4070 Ti Super. So out of the two, I would say the 4070 Ti Super is a better GPU for raw power, but there were known issues with the 14 series Intel chips, but I think that only affected i7s. Somebody in chat might correct me. I've certainly had a couple of issues with the 14900s and 13900s, but again, I believe that was a microcode issue with the board manufacturers and chip suppliers not marrying it up, and there was issues with them burning out, so 14600K might not be affected. If they're the same type of money, I think it's a difficult one. I ain't got any experience of that i7 265K, so I couldn't comment. For me, it would be the 14600 4070 Ti Super, but you are buying something slightly older at that rather than latest gen of everything else. But it's certainly going to perform night and day difference to what you've got. If it's a pre-built system, you kind of stuck a little bit with what it is. If it's not a pre-built system and you're building it yourself with your parts, I would say don't spend a great deal of money on a case, because they just hold the parts. Just get something big enough, and invest wisely in something like a decent power supply. Because you need something which has got enough grunt to actually drive your system as well and not cause any issues. With LSA Blackpool had live streams, OnlyFans peeps might be demand for some PC builds. I could do an OnlyFans one. Should we do a naked OnlyFans stream building a PC? That would be terrifying, wouldn't it? Some things you just cannot unsee. Definitely not unsee some things. I'm hoping I've got my notifications working as well. I've been trying to work hard to get my subscriber notifications working to see if, you know, when people hit the subscribe button, to get the sounds working, because for whatever reason they've not been coming through. So if there is anybody sat there and you've not subbed, just hit the sub just so I can hear if it's coming through. Doesn't work if you unsub and resub, by the way. It's only new subscribers, I am led to believe. So we need to change that battery. 2.8 volts on his battery, so we'll change his battery while we're at it. Only because caring is sharing and sharing is caring. Morning, James. Good morning, morning, morning. I caught your video last night, James. Your hot tweezer video. They look brilliant. They look really, really good. I've contemplated them for a while. I just don't think I'll ever need it or use them. Sorry. I don't think I've got a great need or use for them. I would probably find a use for them, but they look really, really good. And a good spot with the power supply as well. When you plugged it in, before you got to that point, I just thought, oh, that'll take 28 volts. I did notice it. Then when you spotted it, being able to draw 5 amp at 28 volts, it's just a bit disappointing. I know why they do it, because obviously the power supply they give you is more mass produced, but it certainly will open up a lot more flexibility for the tweezers if you've got the facility to run it on 28 volt. It looks like it's big. Do you know what? I could not get a Peerless Assassin cooler in here, James. It is one of the smallest cases that I've worked on before, but it's one of the tiny, one of the tiny restricted cases that you could hope to work for. There's no movement at the back. There's no area for cable management at all. Literally, I've had to shove the cables down here and along the front and hide them down here as well. There's nothing in here either. It's just, you could not put a Peerless Assassin here and probably get better airflow, because you've got 2 fans at front, 1 at back. I don't even know what Ryzen chip it is, if I'm being honest. But I have got a 120. Finished that other one, what we started yesterday. That was my 3rd job for the day, but it was the first one on stream this morning. Cook more Asian food, then do that. Then use them as chopsticks. I could do that. Those cheeses will be restricted and won't get the correct performance. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, when using 19? Because what is it, 19 at 3 amps? So what's that? 30, 27, 57 watt. It's not a lot of heat generation through that 3 amp at 19 volts, is it? The 28 by 5, which is 140, is substantially better, which would actually probably max my, I've got a USB charger thing up here, which is that. Probably maxed out, but yeah, I am interested. How much were they, James? Because I can't remember seeing that on the video. Or don't you want to divulge that? If not, it's not a problem. I'll find out. Because I could be tempted with buying some of those, mainly because I like gadgets like you do. Right, we're going to stick the back on here. Oh, around £100. That's probably more than what I thought they were going to be, but probably still within the remit of what they are, I would have thought. Certainly you'll be able to buy cheaper ones, won't you, which won't perform anywhere near as well. We'll put them on. He's got his back screws for his case are all different. He's got 4 screws and 3 of them are different. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't run it on that charger anyway. Well, I've got me. I would probably, if I was going to use them anyway, Milky. I know it's a good question that, but I think from what James was saying, you need something which can handle the current anyway, because you've got current restricted, didn't you? Running it on 2 cables through your whatchamacallit. So you probably need a decent quality cable to be able to stop it current restricting or anything else. I feel like there's something missing from the back, because we have a gap. But I've got nothing else in the pile of bits. So let me just check, make sure I've not left anything through there on the table for him. Dog's sunbathing. No, there's nothing through there, so yeah, it must have been all it was. That's all she wrote. A Dell, Lenovo, or HP 65 USB charger is probably better for those top tweezers. It's the because they run at 28 volts at 5 amp. You need a 140 watt PD charger for it. Oh, it can handle the current. Oh, that's good then. That's good. I've got the mechanic USB-C power brick charger. I think I showed it on the stream the other day. It's amazing, and mine will go up to, I think it's a 300 watt. It's, if anybody wants to look at it, it's X Power Max 300 watt mechanic USB-C, but the maximum on one of the ports is 140. But there's multiple ports on it. There's 10 ports on it. So that would certainly run it. Yeah, the included one, TFN, I think is a 65 watt, but it's obviously 65 watt at 19 volts, because it was 3.25 amp, I think James stated it was, or it was wrote on the back, weren't it? Shouldn't watch videos. It's the only time I watch them. I go to sleep listening to James. That's what it is. Yeah, the included one is not good enough. Now it's just a mass-produced charger, but you can use it as a phone charger or something. Like I think, like you said in your video, can't you? Where'd I put my HDMI lead? It's down here. Oh, is that what you meant in the DM? Right, let's get that there, and let's get a we will get a version of Windows plugged into there. We'll get that put on all, because on all at least we can see bottom right hand corner. So plugged in, turned on. We have fan spin. We have fan spin stop. We've got fan spin start. Ugh, those fans are noisy. Crikey, this is not a quiet system. So we're looking for a picture in bottom right hand corner. God, this is definitely not a, sorry, gosh, this is definitely not a quiet system, and this has got case on. Right, we'll keep an eye out for that picture in bottom right hand corner. Still not come up yet. I'm praying that it does. Still not come up yet. Come on, come on. Please come on. Please work. Please, please work. Come on, we're begging you. Please work. Good morning. What kind of thermal paste do you use for powerful cars like 3090? I repasted one of mine, and it's not as cool as. I generally don't repaste GPUs. If I do, I use MX4. I've got a small tube of MX4 that I've used for some time, but it might. Is it definitely your core which is overheating? Because sometimes it's a difficult one to say, because quite often what some people do, Raid Zero, I'm not saying you've done this, they put too much on, which has an adverse effect, or sometimes they don't apply it correctly. I'm not saying that you've done this, but I use MX4 for those. I think Tony on Northwest Repairs started using those thermal transfer pads, hasn't he? You know, the ones which melt to do that. But yeah, I use MX4 if I've got to do one and I need something. If I've got a high current CPU as well, a high TDP CPU, I'll generally use MX4 as well. If not, I find the more affordable stuff works just as well. Time to get to work. I'll definitely continue watching when I get back. No problem at all, Sweden. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Have a good day at work, or whatever you're going to get up to. Several of these fans don't sound good. I'm more concerned that we've got no picture. That's what's concerning me more. So I am going to reset the BIOS now. Morning, Tom. Good morning, good morning, good morning. JFix. PTM, that's it, yeah, PTM pads. Hotspot and core temp is about 15 to 20 degrees different, so I'd like to get it closer. Ooh. I'm probably the wrong person to ask. There might be some forums, certainly Northwest Repair, they might be able to advise better. I don't know whether 15 to 20 degrees is too much of a differential. I don't know whether it's too much of a differential or not, but somebody on one of those might be able to answer that question. I'm probably not the best one for that, if I'm being honest, Raid Zero. Pernals, some of the Lenovo power bricks are PD 3.1, EPR, good quality stuff, price okay, cable is okay, we just need to buy separately. But of course, not replaceable, yeah. I've got a couple of older, I think the Dell or maybe HP power bricks, what I use for streaming because we have a lot of stuff which uses USB power. So I actually end up buying one of those for about 40 quid off eBay because they're just rock solid, aren't they? Is that the thermal pads? What James has put on there, I think it probably is. Probably bad connector on cooler. Yeah, maybe. No picture, definitely a bigger problem with noisy fans. Yeah. Well, keyboard were non-responsive as well, so as far as it is at the moment, it's a dead computer. I appreciate the input, thank you. On power bricks, it's always written on the side what voltage, current is support, yeah. Yeah, that's TFN's, I presume, replying to that. Never put the side panel on. So, you know, piece. I know, I was just pretending it were going to work. I've done the stairs, haven't I? I've done the stairs. So let's get these panels back off. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to take panels off and it's just going to work. Because that's the usual case, isn't it? You take panels off and it just miraculously stops working. But with the cables being so tight at the back, anything wouldn't surprise me. I'm just going to get that out of the way, back down there. Oh, get the other side panel off. No, oh, it's the paste, right? Okay. Yeah, I've never used those. There's definitely nothing wrong with it at the back. Let's put it like that. Because there's nothing at the back. Obviously, you can't actually. There's nothing here to do. It's got to be. Silly PC. Yeah. Silly PC. It's a stupid PC. I'm just going to take his RAM out and reseat his RAM. Give him a quick wipe down with some. I need to order some more Kimtech wipes. I am running out of Kimtech wipes. Just give his RAM a wipe down. Because I think he'd had his RAM out the other day. And we will attempt, to put a BIOS or a sorry, not a BIOS speaker, a beep speaker in to see if there's any problems with that. So I'm just going to plug it back in and dope. We've got 2 white lights on GPU, which is good. Yeah, that fan's. So we'll keep an eye in bottom right hand corner. I will grab a beep speaker and we'll see if we can get a beep speaker put down there. It'll be interesting to try and get my hand down there, isn't it? with my huge mittens. We did reset the BIOS, if you remember, because we took the BIOS battery out. That was another thing. Let's see if we can find out where this... Oh, it goes right down there. Not going to be able to get down there at all. I have to take his GPU out just to get the BIOS speaker on. I think I will, because that might be easier than fighting my way down there just to think I've got to take GPU out. So I'm going to cut my time in half and take the GPU out. I'll have to fight it anyway. Right, GPU is out. I don't know what CPU's in here. It is a Ryzen, so I'm going to try and post it without GPU. Because we did get no post day before yesterday when I looked at it, and I put my test GPU in and it worked. So, but I haven't had it running since that. So I'm going to put my test GPU, which is just I think 1050 or 1060 or something like that. And we'll give it a post. We've got the beep speaker in now, so at least we can hear. Do that, flick on there, and go back to that, because that's where we're going. One, two. Right, keyboard dead. God, that fan up front is really noisy. So we've got one long, two short. Let me just grab that. I would suspect that might be a RAM issue. Yeah, I'm thinking it's RAM. Asus beep code. Sorry, I was just, somebody had messaged me and I was just looking at that. Sorry guys for being, it is an Asus board, isn't it? Asus beep code. I think it's RAM. One long, two short. Typically signifies, oh, VGA card error. Ooh, one long, two short. I'm going to try his RAM anyway, because it's always a culprit. And his RAM had been disturbed before. So let me grab another piece of RAM from a working piece that I have here, and we'll just try one piece of RAM. Bad slot. Yeah, could be. With the way that card was mounted as well, and again with his RAM being dislodged before, it does make me wonder whether he's been into it himself. But only time will tell. Right, let's have another post. Right, we've now not got beep with changing the RAM, and it's posting. It's posting. There we go. We have picture. So we'll turn that off. We'll discharge the board. So the error was the error code was GPU, but the problem was RAM. So we'll try one piece at a time. Put it in the correct way, because I'm a bit of a banana. Again, because cables are so tight and all over. On post. Failed straight away. discharge board, off, wait for the light to disappear, done. So that stick of RAM is not working. On that one. That looks better. So we've got a failed stick of RAM. So we've got a 8GB stick of RAM failed. We have post, bottom right hand corner. There you go, we have post. Not going to post into Windows because we don't have an OS. So that stick of RAM is dead. So, Camden, would you think would have your own codes? Yeah. Let me just get a pen so I can mark on here it's dead. We will not financially recover, I know. So we have one stick of dead RAM. But do you know what I am going to do? Because I am a nice guy, I'm going to take both sticks of RAM out and put him. It's actually the same stuff, believe it or not. There's his old RAM, which is dead, and I have that. So I'm going to put him some working RAM in. Yeah, more or less the same. This is a matched pair of RAM, so we're going to get this in. I'm not going to charge him for this. He can have this free of charge because it didn't cost me anything. So we'll put this in here and we will see if we'll post from that. So we've got his dead piece here and we've got his other piece here. I'll just keep that for spare, and we'll bin the dead piece on there. So we'll post it now. Hopefully we'll get a decent post. Too nice. So another kind donation, kidney donation, yeah. If they said their faulty RAM off under warranty, they'll get it back. Yeah, I can't. Dreams were telling me about that. Just download a thingy bob. Download an AI to generate me a whatchamacallit, a receipt. So we are watching for a picture in bottom right hand corner. Yeah, we have picture. So I'm just going to put his graphics card back in. And then we will give it a final post. So we'll discharge the board, which we always remember to do. We'll take my test card out. And we're going to take the little post speaker out because that will catch on the fans. And we'll see if we can get this back in one piece. Because we've now connected the fan and it's one of these, you can get it out, you just can't get it out. Ha ha, we have it going in. Let's not knock anything off the board because that's never a good idea. We have, right, we've got that down. Right, I have collections this morning between 10 and 11. I let people come and collect. So I have, I think, maybe two collections between 10 and 11. So it's obviously getting to 10 a.m. So if anybody does turn up, I will be obviously popping off just to facilitate their collections. One, did they pay? I think I sent him the details to pay. I'm not too sure whether he's paid though. So let me just check to see if they're paid because they're paying on bank transfer. Oh no, he changed his mind. He was going to pay cash. And I think both of these are cash payments today. Yeah, both are cash payments today. So hopefully now the GPU is back in. If we do another post, so let's see if we get a picture in bottom right. Do you know what I think it is? That rattle. Yeah, we've got a picture. I think the rattle is that sounds like, no, it's not loose screws. It's not a fan bearing noise, that. It's not like temper. I had a go at somebody the other week because they just turned up at like 8:30 on an evening. And I do shut at 6, and he knew I shut at 6 because he'd asked me, and I said no, I shut at 6, and he still showed up. I was not best pleased. I expressed my dissatisfaction. I said it's a lack of respect and courtesy that you come into my house after I've told you that I'm shut and you think it's fine to do that. I said, I find it really, really disrespectful. I said, don't come to me ever again. Because quite frankly, I live in a residential area. I've got neighbours. I don't want people showing up at all hours. I don't think it's fair on them. It's not fair on me. You know, you wouldn't think of any other business. You know, if you went somewhere else, expecting owner to facilitate you at your leisure. But for some reason at PC industry, 12:30 last night. 12:30 last night. I got a WhatsApp call and a WhatsApp message. Well, they weren't messaging me, obviously. Didn't get a reply from message, so they tried calling me on WhatsApp. And you just think, really? Really? You know, I mean, fortunately, my phone, because I learnt this some years ago, goes on to night mode. So, you know, I just kind of see it in the morning. But before I realised I could do that automatically, phone used to ring if I forgot to put it on silent or whatever. And I have had people ring up in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, I go ringing for computer repairs. I've had them ringing in the middle of the night to ask me, and the craziest one was, can you tell me I'm stuck on level 62 of whatever game they were playing? Just wonder if you can help. I went, are you serious? It's 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. I went, why the hell are you ringing me at 3:30 in the morning? I said, middle of the night. He went, well, I didn't expect anyone to answer. I went, well, you shouldn't really be ringing me. He went, but you answered. I went, yeah, don't ring me again. But they're stuck on a game. Stuck on a game. Come on, let's be real. You're stuck on a bloody computer game. Isn't that the idea, to challenge you? We get all kinds. Right, so we're going to hit delete. So I want to get into the boot menu. Morning cows! Morning cows. Morning cows. F7 for boot menu on here. I think it's that one. We're going to install Windows 11. I think he said he wanted. That fan is so noisy. So noisy. I will tell him that this fan's noisy and he can disconnect it if he wants. Luckily, Microsoft Copilot is coming to help Xbox gamers. Yeah. And right, so we're going to just quickly install Windows 11 on the new drive that I've just put in, which is that one, because he just wanted like for like. So we'll get Windows 11 installed here. We're going to format it his 1 terabyte mechanical drive, which was showing there, but we'll format it once we're in Windows. And that fan is so loud. Can't even turn it down because it's. What I might do is. I think the noise, what you can hear, isn't the fan. Well, it is the fan. I'm going to turn the noise floor down because that must be so annoying. I'm just going to reduce that and try and talk a bit louder because I think that is a vibration from case. Because if I hold the case, it's getting rid of the actual tinny vibration, where if it was bearing it wouldn't, because it'd be still in its own plastic frame of that. Yeah, it's there's nothing catching on them. I think it's a combination between noisy fans and vibration on case from where they're mounted at the front, because the piece of metal where they're mounted front is so thin, like tin foil rather than. Oh my gosh, it's making even a different noise now. It's actually. It's quietening down a little bit. It definitely sounds like that. Glorious sunshine here. Absolutely glorious sunshine. Let's just reboot that quickly. Sympathetic vibration sounding. Yeah. What I'm going to do once this is done, I'm going to move this one over to the other side. Get this rigged up on the second monitor over here, and then just leave that to do its updates, and then bring the other desktop. I've got another desktop. The other desktop is a Diagnostics. This is one what's been like that fine dining piece. This is the other desktop is the one which has been plugged into a fork truck charging port or something, and it's blown it. So we'll diagnose that one. I suspect on that one, from where they were describing, it was motherboard, because they said they tried a power supply. I had to think what they said. Right, I'm going to put kettle on and grab a drink, because I have been streaming coming up to 3 hours, and if I don't drink, Cows tells me off, which is all good because I need people to tell me off if I don't have a drink. So we will get that as soon as I've got it over there. Cable tie quietens the fans. I think the only thing what will quieten that fan is it has quietened down a bit now. Bearings loosening up. I could give it a squirt with some cleaner, which will quieten it down initially, but it'll rattle its nuggets off even worse. Building an open sense box for ATM, easy peasy. Ooh, open sense box for ATM. Do you mean at the moment, or do you mean automatic teller machine like a cash machine? Because I read that as an ATM. I'm like, ooh. We've got people waking up now. 30 viewers. We got 69 anyway up viewers yesterday. Wow, that was phenomenal yesterday. When Nano raided me with 69 viewers. I've lost a subscriber. Somebody's got bored and unsubscribed. Never mind. Some easy come, easy go. Some of them. I lost a subscriber. I had 780 subscribers this morning. I've got 779. One size don't fit all. I'm learning that. Right, so we are still waiting for my SP. There's no update since 7th. Had to open a case. Oh dear. What's an SP? I feel like that's something you've discussed on stream. Send some free stuff. They couldn't cope with noisy fans unsubscribe. That's what it is. When I said only fans, I weren't meaning this type of only fans, were you? We've got some dirty fans to discuss. Yeah. Sorry, that was Cows too. Can Andy help with that? Is he good with fork truck power supplies? It's been damaged with with the fork truck power supply. I still have them, by the way. Right, gents, while that's doing its business, I'm just going to pour myself a very quick cup of coffee. So it'll come on screen, but I'll be as quick as I can. Well, hey, we have picture. Let me move my coffee over there because I pre-boiled the kettle. And we will quickly run Snappy Driver install, and then I'll move it over to the other side, plug it into the Tinterweb and format. And format, I can't read what it says. I'm going to have to zoom that in because I can't read that on my tiny little screen. Display settings. 150, at least I can see it now. Volume label, put it down for right keyboard, 1 TB HDD. There we go. So at least we can differentiate it. Start, okay, done. Part of the game. I thought you were. I thought you didn't want subs, Andy. Or is it just me? What you tell people? Yeah, subs come and go. Fixing community stays. Guys, if you are on YouTube, please make sure you refresh YouTube, because we all know that YouTube at the moment is pants at keeping everyone on the same timeline. So just make sure you refresh it. Yeah, I think I've set my goal initially. I set it on 10 people. So I didn't ever think I would get 10 people. I got to 100. I got to 200, 300, 500. 500 was a massive one for me. And I kind of set my goal now on 1,000. And I think if I hit 1,000, I'll probably call it a day and packing streaming. And yeah, it's a job done for me then. When I hit 1,000, it's kind of, yeah, job done, and probably won't stream anymore. All these people now were thinking, I'll open alternate accounts now and get into 1,000. No, it was trying to entice people to get me to 1,000 to stop me streaming cows. That's what I was trying to do. It could work other way. All the loyal fans might unsubscribe. I think I'll probably stream until I enjoy it, until I stop enjoying it. That's the thing. I think I set my own goals for different. Thank you, TFN. I set my own quick unsub from PCDD. Quick. I set my own targets in life, and I'm quite competitive with myself. When I go to physio on a Monday for my knee, everyone else there are probably a lot weaker than I am at the physio, because some of them have quite major operations and whatnot on the legs. But I'll be there and I'll be kind of pushing myself, and I come back absolutely dripping, because I look at it as a workout rather than physio. And they often say to me, just slow down a bit. You know, it's here for muscle strengthening physiotherapy, not a workout. But I tend to push myself, and I think I've done the same with YouTube, in the fact that it kind of has enticed me in and lured me in to get the subs and to get the people coming in. And I am just so grateful. There's been JFix has been James. Oh, that's green. I don't like it when it's green. As I've got so many subscribers through the pushing what James has done for my channel, from the dual streams to mention it on the different streams he's done, and he has mentioned me numerous times, to people like Andy, who's helped me behind the scenes as well with quite a lot of stuff. Joey from Joey Does Tech has given me so many shout outs as well, and we've done the collab video. I've had 3,300 views from that collab with Joey and James, both of those. And then Sorin, Uncle Sorin, as we all know, has actually now shouted my channel out and publicised it on his channel 3 times, and he's been in my chat a few times. Nano's done the same, and the support from the community has just been amazing. But I know I keep saying it's the community which makes it for me rather than anything else. Just let me go into what's it called now? What's it called? It's not disk. It's something like disk, and I can never. No, not disk cleanup. Oh, what's it called? Let me go into settings. Go into there. I know I'm not connected to interweb. Storage. That's the word I'm looking for. Storage settings. Just going to set these to D drive, which is his big drive. So if he is putting anything on, all it'll do, you know, you use a data folder, it just kind of reallocates and it moves them as default. So hopefully, as you can see, apps, documents, music, and stuff like this will automatically go on there. The only other one I will move, which doesn't do it in there now, because for whatever reason Windows 11 doesn't, is downloads. Windows 10, you went in there and you could do it, but you can see downloads still sits there, so you've got to physically move it, which is stupid. So you can move it just by changing it to that, or you can do it this way by doing that. So I'm going to put it in there. So it's now moved it to, and we will just put down. Oh, tapping up wrong keyboard. Tapping up wrong keyboard. We all do that. There you go. So I'm going to physically move that. If you move that, yes, it's not created, so we'll create it. Yes, we want to move everything which are in there, and we want to move it across, and we'll say OK. So what that'll do, anything you download will automatically reside on D, as well as his videos and things like that. So it's just a way of trying to keep it as empty as possible, that C drive. Because the last thing we want him to do is fill his C drive up again like he did before to 20 megabytes free space. I've never ever in my life seen one with 20 megabytes free space. I would have said it was impossible, but clearly it's not. So we'll get this one shut down. So it'll automatically put stuff over there now rather than him having to think about it. She's... Do you want to go park? For a run? We ball? They tilt their head to the side because it shows that they're attentive and listening to you. I know it's a bit blurred because it's focusing on that keyboard. But, yeah, they say it's just a way they show things like that. She doesn't respond to a lot of things like chicken or biscuit or stuff like that, but she'll respond to certain ones like park and run and walk and dinner and who is it? You know that one, don't you? Good girl. She knows that one. she definitely knows that one. Yeah. Who is it? That's the one we use for call to action, don't we? If we're being attacked by a horde of hungry dragons or anything like that. She knows that one, don't you? Yeah. Go on then, go lay back in sun. So she's there. Yeah, we ain't a bad one. Mookie, I can probably count on one hand the amount of ones. I could probably count it on 2 fingers, in fairness. 2 fingers, in fairness. But one size don't fit all. Everybody else has been super, 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 and incredibly supportive. Anyway, let me get that back in there. So this is now done, so we're going to shift that off. I tell you what, I do get as well. I get a lot of messages on Discord. I know we've discussed Discord this morning, and I don't use Discord as such, but I get quite a lot of messages off Discord from other creators, big creators as well, certainly a lot bigger than I am, and small creators as well. So I'm not taking anything away from them. Just out at blue. And I think that is such a nice thing because people don't have to take time up. Oh, I've got one. That's that horse dragon. This is a collection, guys. I'll put you on mute 2 minutes.
PCDD, you little shit.
Right, sorry guys, that was that one done. Oh, dog went out to see neighbour as well. So we are where we are. Right, let me get this connected up. I can't remember what I was saying, so I do apologise for that. Well-timed mute. I like bacon pigs. He's like a pro now. Yeah, he didn't catch me out. I don't know what you've typed, but it didn't catch me out on that mute. I am starting to remember. Good morning, chat. Morning, soldering on. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Glasses. Right, that was one of my collections. I think I've got another one.
PCDD, you little shit.
There we go. That's the one. Was the oh, I don't think that customer would have particularly found it amusing either. Not like some would kind of, oh yeah. I don't think he would have particularly found it professional. I got the impression that he was a retired headmaster or something like that. Not anything against him. It was just that I got the impression that he was certainly a retired professional of some description. So I think I think if it had come up with I am a little ship, it would have probably not been as funny as it could have been with some other customers. So right, I'm just going to get this up and running, get this on Windows Update, and then I'm going to leave this alone and we're going to start that other one. So I know I've got my back to you, but I will be turning around in a minute. Oh, that would have made it even funny. You're probably right there, cows. It would have made it even funny. It wouldn't bother me that much because I just think, judge me on what I do, not sometimes how else, because my office isn't the tidiest and things like that. I was looking at another local repairer the other day on Google, and he's got a 1.2 rating, and he's got some like 54 reviews. He hasn't got one 5-star review, I looked at his premises, let's say, and you just think, wow, yeah, I probably wouldn't be comfortable driving there because I know where it is as well. I wouldn't even be comfortable driving there, let alone dropping my computer off there. But I suppose it's where he gets premises. I shouldn't really judge that because it makes me sound really thinking about. But we all make assumptions, don't we? Pre-conscious assumptions we all make. Right, let's get this other one. This is the next one, which has been blown up with the fork truck. I'm just going to edge the mic up because I did knock the mic down a little bit. So we should be good now. That's probably a little bit loud. Now this is how this one has come in multiple pieces. Yeah, that one what I've just handed handed over there is the one what we tried. We looked at the SSD. Do not put things on top. There's a nice sticker on there. Only on a business machine. That was the one we looked at the SSD because it wasn't loading, and it was the controller chip which had burnt out. And he was just asking me whether he could send it away for data recovery. I said, you can send it away for data recovery. I said, but if somebody is having to do that on that hard drive, I said, you're probably going to be looking at somebody having to take the NAND chips off, reprogram a controller, find a controller and do all sorts of stuff. I said, I would suggest it's probably going to be £1,000 upwards from what data recovery, or a decent data recovery company would charge for that. And he was like, oh, I got a memory stick done some years ago, and it cost me about £40. I went, chances are it probably weren't the same thing. Then what was wrong with it? Because this is definitely controller what's burnt up and gone. I had the PC taken off me before I got to the shop, but the PC repair was nice. Yeah, it was nice and pleasant, but I got mugged on the way out. Something to aim for. So, yeah, something to aim for. That sounds like Blackpool. I think no matter what area in the country you live in, we've all got nice areas and we've got not so nice areas. Some places I wouldn't go in after dark. Certainly not. Never had to fix one as no one ever made it. Yeah, that's really good, isn't it? I've got 5-star reviews. I've got nothing under 5-star because nobody ever comes. So hey. Right, so we're going to test his PSU first. Just see if the PSU is dead. I don't know whether it is, but we'll test this PSU. We'll then plug a temporary one into the computer, which is on the floor. And we've got a graphics card, and we've got one stick of Trident RAM in there as well, in the wrong slot. And we've got a nice, we've got an M2 in here as well, and it's an ASRock motherboard, but we'll come on to that in a little while. Let's get my power supply tester. I know this only tests to see if it lights up with voltage, but it'll give us an indication on. Let me grab my telephone now. My telephone is ringing. Good morning, PC Repairs. What they do, they'll give you a discount when you come to renew. But what you should need to do is just get your activation code from there, and then open the antivirus and just paste it into the antivirus where it says enter activation code. I believe so. I mean, I ain't done one for about 6 or 7 years now, because mine just, as I say, just keeps on going. But so you don't need to do it once you've done it once. But I would imagine that's what you need to do. Yes. No worries at all. We'll see you later. Bye. Sorry guys, it was just somebody who picked up yesterday who's got. Oh, who's that? Can I come Monday with my PC? I have a problem with my video card. It's not sending a signal to the monitor. We need to do diagnostics. Are you open tomorrow? What day was that? Sunday the 4th of January. Oh wait, let's read a bit of this. Right, so on Wednesday the 31st of December, so New Year's Eve, at 2:20, bearing in mind I were closed, I got, hello, I have a problem with my PC. So I put, sorry, we are closed until January the 5th. Okay, so I've told him we're closed until January the 5th, which is a Tuesday, I think, a Monday. So he texts me on the Sunday the 4th of January. I have a question. Do you also repair video cards? So I did respond to him in saying, yes, we offer limited repairs on GPUs depending on the issue. This was Sunday the 4th, even though I don't open until Monday the 5th of January. So then he texts me, I have a problem with my video card. It's not sending a signal to the monitor. So I put, we would need to do diagnostics. So he's put, are you open tomorrow? Well, I've already told you that. Yes, we were. Yes, it can be dropped off for diagnostics. Okay, see you tomorrow. which would have been Monday the 5th of January. Then I get one yesterday, which is March the 13th. Good morning. Can I come Monday with my PC to you? Yes, that's fine. So that's fine. After 9:30, I like a sleeping on a Monday. Good morning. Can I come Monday with my PC? I will put Monday. I will book you in now. There we go. I will book him into my diary now and allocate some time. Oh, dear me. So I wonder if he's still got the same problem. Anyway, we get back to this. A million things could have come up and come wrong, so we're not gonna moan. It's laughable sometimes that it's always got to be done. I took a call the other day because it was, can you ring me urgently? I'm like, oh my God, what it is, and it came up as number. I'm thinking, is it one of my business customers? Is the network gone down or anything like this? So I pulled his car up at side of the road, rings the number back. I says, you've rung me, you've texted me, it's urgent. Yeah, I can't get my Netflix working. Mookie, you, I wouldn't like to say anything like that. But yeah, he couldn't get his Netflix working. So, but again, what's urgent for one person isn't necessarily important at all. So we will see what we've got. We are power. So power supply is working, which I think he said he thought power supply working. So we've got 12, 12, 12, and we've got that. So let's just see, that's CPU because it's 8. We've got all voltages there. Again, I know this doesn't show load, but at least we've got decent stable voltages there. And we've got a power good of 250 milliseconds, so that's not too bad. They are really stable, but it's of course their supply. It does amaze me. You put other power supplies on these little basic testers with no load, and I know some stabilise better with some load, but at least, of course, they stabilise with and without load really nicely. I'll say it for you, but yeah, you'll get me into trouble. All right, there we go. I book you an appointment at 9:30 till 10:30 a.m. There we go. Oh, no, I can't Monday, actually. Oh, no, sorry. I'm busy Monday. Because I've got my physiotherapy. I forgot that. 11:30 till 12:30. But there you go. Sorry, that's now booked. I've got my physiotherapy. Forgot all about. Oh wait, there, Monday. Yeah, Monday. I keep forgetting I've got my physiotherapy Monday. So I can't do that first thing Monday morning. So I'm doing that. Right. So power supply is good. Oh, I'm not going to use that power supply because I want to use a known good power supply, which is my test supply. This is still beavering away in the background, so I'm going to do a restart on there. We will grab a test supply, which is that one there. Now, I have another customer coming to collect who dropped off, I think, December. Dropped off December. I did it straight away because it was urgent, and he's picking up today. Me a text when on way. Okay. Right, so he's coming between 11:30 and 12:30 on Monday. Oh, get this there. So, got another one collecting today who dropped off in December. Needed it doing straight away because it was for his business and it was urgent, and I did it straight away, and he is collecting in March. So, So all good with that. Finally, I ordered some thermal paste. Not thermal paste, you know, the reballing paste stuff, whatever you call it. At first one, I got refunded because it got lost. Second one, so I've ordered it. Bearing in mind I ordered this at beginning of January. It's only now arrived in the country. I would imagine that might be because of the thingy bob delays. Shipping delays. But yeah, only just arrived in the country, that one. Ooh. Why don't put more standoffs in these boards? Does get me why they put holes in the boards, but either manufacturers or builders don't put any more supports on the board. So when you plug your power cable in here, it pushes down, starts bending board. But hey, excuse me. I've got my microphone too loud now. Edge that down a little bit. So I suspect it's the motherboard that has gone. So let's just quickly turn my power supply on. And just check the BIOS battery. Just make sure we've got anything on there. 2.4 volts. I know you can't see it now, 3 volts. I will put meters on screen if we do need them. So there's nothing on here which has got any great big holes in, considering it was what seemed to be a power issue. That is nice quality RAM. This is the G-Skill RAM. I do like this G-Skill stuff. Decent latency on there as well. 32 gig kit, this part of a 32 gig kit, 4x8. Pretty slow, but it just seems really well built, this G-Skill. Just seems really well built. So what we're going to do is just apply some power to this with my test supply, because I know this works because I use it all the time, and I know other ones are lighting up, but I just want something which is a known working thing. So the good thing about not having any clips on them, it shouldn't take much resistance, and it's a well-used plug. Same on that. Let's get that in that little orifice down there. Oh, do you remember the guy I was telling you about earlier, who said he knew everything about PCs but didn't know how to repair his computer? It was a high spec machine and everything else. I said to him, I says, what happens when you bridge the motherboard to manually start it? Bearing in mind he was a computer expert and knew how to repair them and he used to build them and everything else. He says, I don't know how to do that. I said, you know, just with a screwdriver or something similar where you bridge your pins out. You bridge your power pin out to ground to start it. Oh, I don't know how to do that. But you do get calls quite often, or I tend to get calls often enough where they ring up because they don't know how to sort a problem out, and you can help them over the phone. And if they say, all I need is advice and help, I will give it over the phone. If they try and say, well, I need it repairing, but can you tell me? No. And if they start telling me they've watched YouTube videos and been on ChatGPT and told me a load of stuff, I'll just say it needs to come in for diagnostics. Because there's no point me arguing against some information that you've already got, because you're not going to believe what I say. That's experience that I've had. But yeah, he didn't know how to do that. So we have a power supply plugged in. Ew. And we are going to just simply press the power button. We have fan spin. Weren't expecting that. Let's see if we can get a speaker on our speaker connection down there, because I wasn't expecting. That has really thrown me, that. I wasn't expecting that from what they were telling me. Bear in mind, we've got no RAM in, so it's not actually gonna post, and I ain't got a graphics card in. Right, I'm gonna just power it down again. All right, I'm just waiting for a beep. Ooh. Yeah. I was hoping it would beep. Was it G-School that did Rip Jaws? I don't know. Oh, you mean with the things? I don't know. Yeah, I tend to get soldering on. I tend to get. I used to build PCs in the day. I don't know which day it was. Were it a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or it 50 years ago? I don't know. And I think they're probably the more difficult ones to try and have a conversation with, because quite often they believe they know all the right answers and they just won't listen. It's a bit like going to doctors and saying, I've looked on Google and this is what's wrong with me, sort of scenario. But we've all experienced that. Sometimes they're just really difficult to try and say, well, do you know your train of thought, because you've gone down there, and you'll probably have this as well, soldering on. Your train of thought where you've gone down with Google has took you down there, and then you've gone into that rabbit hole. But in actual fact, I might look at Google for an answer. The difference between me and you, I know if it's taking me down wrong road for symptoms, you followed that road. But yeah, but I'll sometimes get them, which is yeah, I'm a Sparky. Okay, I've never rewired a house, but I have repaired a computer. Have you ever repaired a computer? No. But it's same premise. It's same premise. Yeah, okay. If you say so. If you believe so. Right. So this is actually posting on off. I've got no beep sound, but that could be because I haven't got the. Talking about doing a low level format to a HD. Shark's teeth. Shark's teeth heating. Yeah. Low level format. I ain't done 8 low. You mean through DOS? You mean through command prompt? Because we don't have DOS anymore, do we? They got rid of that a long time ago. So that's definitely the speaker output, and we've got no beeps. So let's just try that with a piece of ramming there. We're assuming that this RAM is working. If not, I've got some RAM. Yep, that's that thing which really hurts your fingers when you push it down. So it is the it is the shark teeth one, or whatever you call it. That motherboard is flexing so much. I'm just going to put my working piece of RAM in there. At least I know A, which way it goes, and B, I know it works. There we go. Clunk. Nice reassuring clunk. Joe 960, do you repair or replace bent pins on a CPU motherboard? Yeah, I've got a video for that. I've got a video what I did with a board which was donated by Jodas Tech, and it's it had quite a lot of bent pins, and I spent quite a bit of time straightening all the pins and give it away to one of our it's actually still set up there. I haven't posted it yet, but give it away to one of the channel members free of charge. Probably about a £500–600 motherboard for a Intel 14th gen CPU. So yeah, there is a video. It's probably about 6-7 videos back. If you look through my VODs, it's on there. Got about 3,500 viewers, but it is all on there. So I have done that. That was on a Intel platform. Andy Swindon Electronic has a AMD platform, an AM5 platform that he was on about sending down to me, so I might be making another VOD on that as well. They're not the easiest. It's an Intel i9. Yeah, well, it's your socket rather than the actual chip. So it'd be a 1700X socket, I would imagine, or something like that. Oh, did you need pins replacing? Do you mean replacing bent pins, or do you mean straightening pins? Sorry, I didn't read that bit. Good point, Mookie. You can normally straighten bent pins to some degree, depending how bent they are. Like clearly the one I did. Just have a look at the video. Have a look at the video. It is on my. Just look at my channel, and it's not too many videos back. Have a look at that. And that had probably, I think, around 25 bent pins, where I think the previous owner had dropped the CPU as they were putting it in the hole. Excuse me, which is common. They probably put it in, or put it in the wrong way and tried to turn it around and done it. So yeah, they can be repairable, not always, but yeah. Yeah, soldering on is actually the best person for that, Joe. He does some amazing stuff on his channel. So he's a lot better than I am. I would never attempt a socket replacement because my skill level is not good enough. Somebody like soldering on a walking park for him, because you need a lot of different things. You need board heaters and certainly a lot more skill than I've got. But have a look on Soldering On's channel. He's got some amazing stuff, and it is possible. It's just replacing sockets certainly not a skill set that I have because I don't have the correct equipment for that. But I have straightened pins on Intel before. But quite often, one thing to bear in mind, unless it's a very expensive motherboard, sometimes it might not be viable and worthwhile to do. Certainly if you're looking at buying one, let's say a damaged one on eBay, and it's going to cost you, I don't know, let's say £90 for board, and it's only a £250 board, do you then really want to go to the hassle of getting all pins straight and then maybe have another, let's say £100 to charge because it's time consuming, and then have something which might not be quite 100% right, or you could invest that money in a new board. It all depends on cost of board, I would think. Anyway, let me grab a temporary graphics display unit, which is a graphics card. This is my tried and trusted 1060, I think it is, or whatever. We'll get a HDMI. We'll stick it on the slot. £600. Wow! 600. Oh, sorry, board level. Just going back to your question on that, it all depends on how many pins are bent and how badly the bend are. The one I did, that Joey one, they all could be straightened just with some time and effort. Now James, JFix, he didn't do it, but he had one even worse condition than the one I did, and he has shown me pictures what he's done, and he actually heated the pins up and then straightened them, and they were a lot better. So I've never heated them up in the past, but when or if Andy does send me the other one what he's got, I'm going to give that a shot on a VOD with heating the pins up as well, because the results that James got on his was spectacular. You struggled to see that they've been done, but he did heat the individual, not pins are they, but springs. They're more light rather than pins. For underneath. PCH replacement is something I'm trying to learn as well. I've changed a couple of PCHs with varying success. I would love to have the skill set stretchable to be able to do that. I just don't think I've got the dexterity at my age and health conditions. I've had a stroke and whatnot, so I've not got the manual dexterity for some of the fine stuff, for some of the more precision stuff. But it is a skill set that I actively enjoy trying and doing and want to get better at. So it is something that I'm going to be exploring more of. But I'm very new into component level repair. I've done MOSFETs and things like that for a long time, but certainly bigger chips and more pins and things like that is a bit more new to me. And the electronic diagnostic stuff as well is more new to me as well, and I heavily rely on the massive experience we have in our community for help and assistance on that. But I'm learning every day, learning every single day. Right, I'm going to put that on there. We'll probably get some fan spin on. We won't get any fan spin if I leave all cables hanging over it. We've got a temporary GPU in it. We've got my RAM in it. We've got my power supply on it. I just want to see if we get a picture, so we'll post this. We're going to keep an eye out in bottom right hand corner down here to see if we get a picture, and I'm going to have a slurp of coffee to keep me awake and see where it is. Yeah, it never even occurred to me, Mookie.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very graphic.
Never even occurred to me to heat the pins, and James went out because he showed me a picture and I went, wow, that's that's amazing. Amazing how you've got that sorted. And he went, I eat at pins, and it's just brilliant. And honestly, I couldn't believe the before and after difference. So much. But I mean, James' skill is a lot more than mine is as well. So I think some of it's down to the technique and skill. Morning, Arnold. Just remember, lead farmer 813 BIOSes run scared from this enigma. It's an ASRock, this one, yeah. This is the one, Arnold. It's my 4th job at day. I've been up since 5 a.m. UK time. I am working on another one here, what we have just rebuilt. This one's just going through some Windows updates over here. And then this one is done. We finished off the one what we started yesterday. You know, the one what we started building on stream. We finished that one off. That was my first job on stream. I'd done a couple of laptops before that. Got that one finished. We then did this one, which was a full strip down, really. A bit of a nightmare to rebuild because the case is so tiny. And put a Corsair power supply in it, which you can imagine is big, thick wiring compared to the string, which was the old one. So it just ate any available space up. But we've got that one up and running as well. New hard drive, new fresh version of Windows. And this one seems to be working as it should. I just want to make sure it's activated. Not activated. Troubleshoot. Right, this one hasn't got a Windows license on it. I suspect, because we haven't changed the motherboard, we've changed no components apart from power supply and hard drive. That would bear no significance on the license. I suspect when this one has been built, bought, done whatever, it's either not had a license or it's had one of the cheap £3 licenses, which often stop working. So I will mention that to the customer when they pick up. If they want to buy a license, they can. If they want to use it without a license, they're more than welcome to, because we all know that you can use Windows without a license. It's just a little bit annoying. But anyway. Yeah, so then this one, MSHWID still linked. Maybe. Don't know. I think, from what they were telling me, it was built by, it was their older brother's PC who had a friend build it. E.g. somebody he knew from school built it. So, don't know. It might have a license. I will give them the benefit of that. Hello to whoever is sat in our Twitch channel as well. Hello, Twitch. Hello, Twitch. Got 2 viewers on Twitch. One is myself. Oh, no. Neither's me, actually. Got 2 viewers on Twitch. Welcome. Please say hello. I'd love to know if my Twitch chat is working. I'm hopefully on on a bit where I can actually see Twitch chat as well. So chat as well. Oh, we just need to mute that, and hopefully that's YouTube. I'm just going to see if I stream chat. There we go. Hello from Spain. There we go. Who's that from Spain? We have Frand PD. Hello, hello, hello. 1049. Hello. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. For whatever reason, my Twitch chat isn't showing up on my system, so it's a good job you said that on Twitch, because I can't see it on here. So I do apologise if Twitch has been talking to me. That is Twitch. Yeah, I'm definitely on Twitch. So we'll leave Twitch running on there so I can see. Good morning, Fran PD7, and welcome to the stream. We do live stream on YouTube as well, which gives us. It's a bit easy for me to read that because it's on 2 different screens. Good morning. Hope you're well. Enjoying the weather from Spain, hopefully. I was talking to a customer of mine who's in Tenerife at the moment, and he was saying it's a bit wet and windy over there. So not too good at all. So I don't know which part of Spain you're in, but hopefully it's better than the UK. The activation is automatic on MS servers with MS, hardware ID. It is, and it's not doing it. But because we've not changed any components, like motherboard, because it usually triggers a reset if it's like that, I probably would say, as you may know, I'm not going to question, I would say from my experience, it probably didn't have either a full key or it had probably been hacktivated, because some of the OEM keys you buy for £3 to £5 are OEM keys, so they'll work until you reinstall Windows and then they'll stop working again. So don't know. I'll have a chat with the customer and I will explain his options on that. Anyway, this thing here is just reposting, 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 reposting. So it's not actually doing anything apart from reposting. So it's like it's trying to get out of bed and it just can't wake up. So, shall we, I don't know. Now here's the pondering question. From a business point of view, if we spend 3 hours working on this at a nominal hourly rate, let's say of, let's just call it £50 an hour, is it worthwhile saying we've got a £150 repair bill for a motherboard, which they could feasibly replace for £80? That is a business decision and a business question, rather than anything else. So, because obviously when you're in business, you've got to think, well, if I am, oh, wait there, good weather. We've had the worst rain in years, but rain is always welcome around here. Yeah, I was saying my customer, sorry, I'm just replying to RTFN's on there as well. Do you see Axman 57057 I ship? Yes, thank you very much for that. I can see people popping over to Twitch now. Yeah, I think rain's always welcome, isn't it, in certain places. Oi, 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 oh, there we go. Oi, oi, oi. We've got Aussie over there as well. Click to program and reflash. Yeah, we'll give that a shot. We'll give that a shot. I'm just going to test the BIOS, the battery. Yeah, battery's over 3 volts, so we're good with that. We'll get a BIOS flash done on here. Yeah, they were saying that it's been horrendous weather over different parts of Spain. Thinking about it, right? This is done. I'm happy with that. I'm just going to check this one for. Sorry, I'm just working on this other PC so I can shut it down because I think we are good now. So close, shut down. That's done. I'm just going to. I'll text them when I finish because doing this one last. So should we do the BIOS on this one? Do we think it's a BIOS issue, Arnold? Bad or corrupt CPU. If other RAM tested. Yeah, well, other RAM was fine. I'll change CPU because I've got spare CPUs on here. Let's whip the CPU off rather than anything else. And let's just go through a bit of diagnostic, some basic checking. You know what's going to happen now. I'm going to take this off and they've not stuck the base plate for this down, so it'll drop off, which means then I've got to take back off. You can get GT working keys on ChatGPT. Yeah. If spare CPU don't work, BIOS lightly. Yeah. Well, I would expect if it was CPU, it still would beep at me. And unless it's a G suffix chip, I don't really get any issues with AMD Ryzen's. The G suffix ones, yes, I do find that they fail. And I went through a stage. Oh God, that is dry as a bone. Oh my gosh. Let me just zoom down on here. That is the thermal paste. There's nothing on there. Just let me get my telephone, oh guys, just 1 second. PC repairs, how can I help? Charging port, which is obviously loose. So is it a USB-C or is it a barrel jack? Barrel jack. So it could be the pin, center pin, because they have a center sense pin. So check inside the DC plug itself. You know, the actual one on the end of the charge. Just make sure you've not bent the pin over. Okay. So sometimes what happens is the casing for the center pin actually in the laptop disintegrates and breaks up over time, so it's not getting a good connection there because it uses that sense pin in the center to activate the charger basically. So it looks like it, or it sounds like it could be the DC, but it could also be the charging MOSFET inside, which has got a fault on it as well, and it could also be the battery. So it's difficult to say, but I would say the likely culprit, if it is waggling a little bit, is the DC port. No worries. Good luck with it. Cheers, mate. Bye bye. That's a good example of. He rings up. I've got a problem. I just need some advice. I do this with my computer. Do this with my computer. What do you think it is? Do you think it's a charging port? Yeah. Well, you heard everything else I said, and yeah, I don't mind giving advice. Don't mind giving advice at all. Right. Sorry. So I've took this straight off here. Straight off here. There's nothing on there at all. How this has ever run, I do not know. I do not know. And there's none on here as well. I think this has obviously been stripped and cleaned. I don't know, because I can't see that ever being like that. Oh, is that a letter G we see? No, 1600. I've got a direct replacement for this. I've got another 1600. Ryzen 5 1600. So we will we'll have a look. But yeah, I think they've probably, well, they've not cleaned it off too well. It's just all dry and gunky. I need to turn this back up. I had put you on mute a second there. Sorry when I do that. We've got 3 people on Twitch. Woohoo! Where am I? The wiring center of Dell charger pin. Yeah, breaks. That's probably what I think it might be on there also. Yeah, not transferable. Hit or miss most work. 1600 is likely dropped to the newer BIOS. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try a. I've got a few Ryzen CPUs, so we'll try a couple. We'll get some working RAM in there, which is sat here, and we will. I'm interested in just any type of post rather than anything else. So we'll just get this down into a more favourable position. I'll grab a temporary cooler. Not anything too spectacular, so we'll do that, and we'll get my box of CPUs out as well. Ooh. Right, look at my Ryzen CPUs. So we have we've got 1 CPU, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should really treat my CPUs with greater care. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. Did I really just say that? My daughter watching should be going 6, 7, 6, 7. So we've got 7 CPUs to try on there. We have 7 CPUs to try. A graphics card in. Let's get a. I'm not going to try all 7 because there's just no point. We'll try a couple though. Hello there again. What are we fixing this morning? We are, well, this is our 4th or 5th fix this morning. This particular one is a desktop that has gone pop when they plugged, from a business, and they plugged a fork truck into charge on the same circuit, and it blew the PC. And that's basically the story behind this one. We've done 2 desktops, finished a build off on one, rebuilt and stripped another one, and I did a couple of laptops this morning as well. So we've got this one to diagnose more than anything else, because once we've diagnosed... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! So yeah, I think that's probably what they said. To the fact that it was that mission critical, they went out and bought a replacement PC the same day. So he's not in a mega rush for this. So I don't know whether they would spend fortunes on doing it. So, don't know if I say, well, it's your motherboard, your RAM, and your CPU. they might decide it's probably not worthwhile due to the fact they bought a replacement computer. I've got no hard drives or anything with this, so it's not like I've got any data, and it is an older one, as we can see. The only thing which is half chunky is there's an EVGA GTX 970 GPU, which I know is not modern, but hey, somebody will love it. So we have got, let's see what Ryzen's we've got. We've got a 3600 Pro. I think I've got a 1600 in here. 5500. A direct replacement, 1600 direct replacement. So we will try that. So we've got direct replacement. We've got a 1200 as well. So we'll give that a shot because it should be the same thing. And we've got a really dirty one here and I can't read what it says on it. Oh no, that's not one. That's an older AMD. And what's that one? I think it's an old AMD as well. I can tell with pins underneath. That's it. Yeah, that's definitely not it. So we haven't got 7, we've got 5 to try. 5 Ryzen's to try. That is an AMD. No idea, I can't read it. 2011 says on it. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what that one is, but anyway. Right, so let's get one of these. Try it 1600 to start with. Pop that in the socket. And we have, so if we've got any different life, we've got a picture at the bottom right hand corner of the screen. Let's post. I'm not going to put a heatsink on because I want to see if the CPU is getting wham. We do have fan spin, so it is coming to life. There's no heat on the CPU.
Oh, you!
Wow, that CPU is now getting warm. Ah, wait there, no. Yeah, AM4, but a B550 or B450, yeah. Oi, what did I look? Ouch. I'm just turning that off because that is getting hot. Never seen a gold PSU before, usually over here in North America. It's an old PSU. It's a 750 watt PSU that I actually took out of a customer's computer years ago and fitted him a 1000, I think it was. And I said, what do you want to do with it? He said, oh, you can have it. And it's just been such a reliable PSU for me. Such a reliable PSU. And with it being gold, I can find it straight away from my box of bits. Might have a small BIOS chip means no 1X CPU. Ah, well, they've been using it, Arnold. Put mem in B2. Is that B2 the second one up? I don't know my slots. CPU just suddenly got hot there, by the way. It did get hot. That's why I turned it off, because it was going to burn my skin. A2.
Oh, you!
Did you see the new... Oh, no, I didn't. Did we get a new subscriber? Was that on Twitch or was that on here? Sorry, I didn't see it. Where's my new subscriber notification? Sorry, whoever that was who subscribed. I didn't get the notification. Do beg your pardon. Really do apologise. Didn't see that come through. Whoever that was who subscribed. Yeah, sorry about that. You didn't find that odd motherboard that didn't like your gold. I didn't know. Can't remember which one it was now. Yeah, it wouldn't work off my PSU, would it? I don't know why. No, it's not. I ain't even sat in yet. Yeah, I didn't even put it in. There we go. CPU is going to get warm, so we'll flick that back on. I'm going to try the 1600 CPU mainly because that's what came out of it. It was the 1600 in. I can try one at 3 or 5s as well. That's what she said. So we'll just do that. I'm just going to do this. We might get a picture, but I can feel the heat pulsing on the... right, okay. I wonder if it's just an old BIOS. We've now got a beep code, which we didn't have before. And CPU is getting warm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 beep code on an ASRock. Let me have a quick look, see what that 5 beep code is, because I do not know top of my head. ASRock 5 beep code is indicates GPU graphics card detection error. There you go. Well, we've just done a graphics card detection error. And then they updated the BIOS and CPU dropped from microcode. Right, so let's turn that off. Let's just drain the board. I'll change the CPU to a 55 because I think that's definitely a working CPU. So we'll bang a Ryzen. So that CPU might be bad. One, there's good, yeah. My CPU has a bent pin. You see that? Surprised it went in the hole. That'll need straightening. That's mine, by the way, not theirs. I must have knocked it whilst it was in the box. Let's try this 5th gen. Yeah, it should work. Right. I'm just going to do this. If it gets warm, I'll shut it down, bang a heatsink on it. But right, it is generating a little bit of heat, but nothing substantial at the moment. But it gave me a beep code for GPU. This isn't even giving me a beep code now. We'll give it benefit of doubt that... Right, it looked like it reposted then, because I'm watching rear fan for speed. Yeah, no, I am. I'm so gentle with the CPUs on there. We've got 4 people on Twitch. Woohoo! Reflash BIOS, yeah. Reset CMOS jumper with no power cord. Clear CMOS. Let me grab a... Let's reset the CMOS. There's no heat generated in there. That 1600 did generate some heat. So let me just try a different CPU. Because as we all know, I am so careful with my CPUs. I do need a better storage mechanism than just putting them in the box. Because occasionally the pins do fall out of alignment. No, that look fine. There we go. Let me just stick this one in here. We've reset the BIOS and we've reset this. I just want to see if I can get it to beep. The motherboard came to life. Just built a gaming PC for a future flip last night. Ryzen 3700X. I built one of them the other day, 4060. Ran into some trouble with the RGB, but it realised it was my own fault as I ordered RGB hub instead of a controller. Oh dear. I presume the control... Oh, that's getting nice and warm. Sorry. But I've got no beep. I'm presuming a control... Yeah, that is getting... We've got picture. Guys, we've got picture bottom right hand corner of the screen. Right. That chip I put in is a 1200 CPU. My 1600 was posting, but it had some bent pins. I think it's a faulty CPU. So let me take the 1200 back out. Just discharge the board, and I'm going to try their 1600 once more, just in case it posted BIOS version check. Put a heatsink on. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to try their CPU, which is this one here. going to give it a quick brush with a little bit of IPA though, because their CPU is quite dirty. I think they had an IT guy who did speak to me on the phone, but he said, look, he said, I'm their IT guy, but all I do is look after their network. He said, I ain't got a clue about hardware. And I said, well, that makes two of us. And he thought I was joking. He thought I was joking. So let me try their 1600, just in case it was a BIOS reset or something like that. So we're going to put their 1600 back in, customer CPU. Right, we've got fan spin. CPU is warming up. I haven't got a clue about networking. If it's not plug and play, I'm lost. Yeah, 350 or older BIOS. The CPU is now getting wham. It's getting to a point I'm going to struggle. That's thankfully it went off because I was just going to about to let go. But this is getting to a point where it's going to burn me, so I can't keep. Ouch! Can't keep my fingers on there. Right, we've got picture, green picture. Do you see it in the bottom right hand corner? It did flick on. That's their CPU. I think their CPU is okay. I'm going to give my heatsink a wipe off, and we'll get a temporary heatsink stuck on there just so we can see what's happening with some fresh goop. Where's my squirty McSquirt heatsink compound? Do you know what never feels right? See if you agree with me. I've put heatsink compound on the heatsink rather than the chip. Just feels wrong when you do it in that order. I know it makes no difference because it's still going on, but it just feels so wrong when you do it in that order as opposed to how we all do it, which is sticking it on CPU first. It just feels so wrong. So anyway, we've got some form of heat dissipation on there now to suck something up. So we'll keep an eye out, see if anything comes up. Dry RAMs. I'm just gonna see if we can get into a BIOS screen, and it's green, but I think that might be my card. I think that's my card playing up rather than anything else. I've took the hard drive out, so I'm hoping it goes into the BIOS. Ignore the green. I think the green's my graphics card, because I'm as careful with my graphics card as I am with my other stuff. So let me get my keyboard and let me get the keyboard because I probably won't need the mouse. Let me, please tell me you've still got that, and you have, so I can plug that into there. So it is a B450 Pro 4, and I presume that BIOS date is 3.9. Yeah, 3.9. ASRock do not recommend updating this BIOS if Pinnacle, Raven, or... Yeah, they do say that, don't they? Because it'll remove full support for them. Probably when you put it on the cooler, you have less chance you get a thermal paste on motherboard. Yeah, probably a good idea. Might start using that, thanks. It weren't a tip. But it just feels so wrong when you put it on the... Because with that used to sticking it, I mean, that's probably only the second time I've ever done it, and that's only because it were in my hand. It just feels so wrong doing it in that order, putting the paste on. But if you think of AMD and Intel, the paste is already applied if you get a factory cooler to the heatsink already. I just don't know. But you watch everybody online; they always reach down and put it on there. Look for the Windows EFI. These other right. Let me go back to that one. See if it boots your... Yeah, I will. I'll have to just put it back in. Let me just save and exit, so at least we can save that. Then I'll shut it down. I'll put a... yeah, it is a bad pattern, that, isn't it? Ooh. On there. Right, I think that's... We can successfully say that that's posting to BIOS, even though it is a little bit slow. So we'll see if it'll post into Windows. Loving the green. So I'll shut it down. Right, that's now shut down. We'll get onto there. We'll just flick power supply off. We'll discharge the board, and we'll get my Windows 10, which is not that one. I did sort these out the other day. Windows 10 for testing. We'll get an NVMe in that gap. Just don't like how that's sitting in. That's not sitting in right. You know, something just doesn't feel. That's better. Just didn't like the way that we're feeling. We'll put a bit of counterbalance on there. A bit of the old blue tack. Just to hold that down a couple of ticks whilst we post. Look at that. Bit of heatsink blue tack. Can't go wrong on that. Flick that back on. Oh wait there, we're gonna just see if we can get a quick squirt in that HDMI port. If it's green, so you can. Yeah, it's a green screen for that. We have a subscriber on Twitch, and thank you to Alids. I can't read what it says because it's really tiny on my screen, but thank you so much for. Oh, wait there. Alstevo62. Thank you so much for your subscription on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. Right, let's stick that in here. We are just doing a quick diagnostic on this machine. This is one which is coming from a local business who's plugged a fork truck in and it's gone pop on the same circuit. So hopefully we'll get a picture in bottom right hand corner. I have cleaned everything off now. So good. No problem. Have a good stream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. First time chatter as well on Twitch. Thank you very much. Now it's still green. I think that's my GPU though, so we'll just ignore that. Right, so we've got my Windows 10 in here. Let me just get Mickey. Hey Mickey, you're so fine, you are my mouse. Hey Mickey. We'll see if we can plug Mickey Mouse in there. Alstevo. Yes. Oh, do you know who that is, Arnold? Is that somebody? Did it come up on there? Needs EFI enabled in BIOS. Okay. I've heard of blue screen and black screen, but never green screen. I would say if it's green screen. Oh, I've got an update on one we did on stream on last week, I think it was. And I'll tell you about that now. You've just reminded me of that. It's gone green screen now. It normally is for me a VRM issue. Not VRM. Graphics card memory issue. If it's that, that's what it normally is when I have had experience. Now, if you remember, we did one a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. I'm gonna have to put that to 175 because I can't see it. I know it's really big for you guys, but it's the only way I can see it all the way over here. And we diagnosed it as a faulty GPU. Because it was crashing every time you put load on GPU. It wasn't overheating, it was just crashing under load. So he's bought himself he's bought another GPU, should I say, because he's ordered it off eBay. And he put it in and he rang me the other day, his computer stopped working altogether. So fortunately, I spent about 2 hours on the phone with him, getting it sorted, and he was sending the GPU back because it was just failing his system. But he was then scared that he'd blown his computer with plugging it in, because then he put his old graphics card and it still wouldn't work. So went through quite a lot of things. But he did text me after I'd finished on the phone thanking me, and to say then he'd got his computer back up and running, because then he got the graphics card stuck because it was a tight space. So yeah, he didn't have much luck with that one on getting it sorted. If he changes in BIOS other OS to Win EFI, it might be normal. No, oh well, we will do that. I just wanted to see whether it booting into Windows, and we can see it is. Ryzen 5 1600 on here. So let's boot back into the BIOS F10. So we'll just keep tapping at this. We've got some faces from Alstevo62, thank you for that. I can't. It's right over the other side. If you're watching, the stream, the screen that I look at is right over here. No, other way. That's the dog in the window. It's right over the other side down here, behind all these screens and everything else. It's 8 foot over there, so I really struggle to see what it says on screen. So I do apologise. Anyway, we need to be on that screen now. It's gone green again now. It's gone, sorry, normal colour now. It's not green anymore. A bit weird, that, isn't it? I do think it's just a connection on my graphics card that's causing some issues. But we will set these things anyway. Where am I looking now? We are looking at it's GPU, then a cable. Yeah, I think it's GPU. It's my old 1060 what I just keep it boxed up there. I've got half a dozen test cards, and this is one I generally grab because it's very small, fits in any board, works without any power, and it's there's not a lot of exposed components on it to get damaged. Yeah. CSM at bottom, yeah. And we want to be in disabled for that, is it? They won't have a card which will support that. I don't think there's probably anything else I need to change, is there? Slightly okay if it's enabled. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to flash the BIOS because if it's working, and it's a business machine. So, yeah, above 4G is disabled. They won't need that on anyway because they've not got a compatible graphics card, are they? Am I right in thinking that's only going to be the benefit that they have, is if they have a compatible card? Morning, Psychic. Good morning, good morning. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday the 14th to you. I'm just looking for hardware monitor. That's it. 59 degrees, that CPU, but I haven't got a fan on it, and it's not got any compression down on it either. So it's doing this a little bit. Save and exit. I'm just going to post it back into Windows because it'll automatically boot into Windows. We'll shut it down. We'll put the customer's RAM back into the same slot as it's in. All this machine does apparently is sit and switched on all day. It runs a machine. So it's not built for performance, it's built for staying on all day, and just leaving it on. But graphics have now gone back to a black screen. So I don't know, I did clean the pins, so it could have been dirty in the pins, like it was. So we will get back on here, and then we'll go to start and shut down and shut down. We'll go back on to, ooh, don't know what that was, but it went off anyway. Or RAM B2, VA2. Yeah, yeah, likely help. You would, I was going to say, you would think that their IT guy would have gone, let's take battery out and see. Don't know. He had actually had the RAM in this slot. Yeah, not too sure. So that one goes in that way. This G-Skill RAM, 2400 megahertz RAM. That's nice and down in there. Let's just see if we can post it. We'll keep an eye in bottom right hand corner to see if we have picture. This is customer RAM. We had a handshake. That's not necessarily picture, so don't get too excited about that. G-Skill RAM has lit up, so RGB is working, but we've got a picture. So it looks like it was just a BIOS issue. We'll try and mem test. We'll get the memory stick in. I've got mem test 7.9 on my memory stick. I wonder, and this is just me thinking outside the box, I wonder whether it was thermals, because they haven't got any thermal paste at all on, come on, computer, shut down. They haven't got any thermal paste at all on there. I mean, that's me scratching dry thermal paste off. So I wonder if it was thermals. It's failed, isn't it? Yes, broken. Yeah, that's what some of them are like on that, to say the least. So we'll get into the BIOS and we'll boot from the memory stick. Am I going to need a better cooler on if I'm doing mem test? Is it going to fry my? Might stick that big cooler on once I've got it booted. I'll just swap them coolers quickly and stick a fan in. Just get into my memory. Nah, mem test is, oh, that's all right. Boot override. There it is. Yep, you're gonna work. You're gonna work. You're gonna work. Yeah, you're working. So we'll load mem test on here, which should be there some point. I think it's a slightly older version of this because it's a different memory stick than what I used yesterday. F8 or F12 boot menu. Right, so that is doing what it's doing. So we'll leave this running for a couple of ticks and just see where it is sitting. So my drop off, which was in December last year, going back to this one, I had a system dropped off for urgent work in December and it needed to be done. So I did it same day, and they messaged me yesterday to say they wanted to pick it up because it was that urgent. It's waited 3 months, even though I did it same day for them because it was urgent. Who was coming today between 10 and 11 haven't even said they're not turning up. So I'm glad I waited in for that. So we've got Gus Red. I think you said yesterday, Arnold, didn't you? Gus Red, if that's the case. 8 megabyte piece, 2400 thing. I'm hoping that this is going to pass. It'll be a nice result if it does pass for them. I will then fit their power supply because their power supply wasn't even fitted. It was kind of just hanging off. Don't let me forget to straighten the pins on my other rising. We'll straighten some of those pins on there as well. I'll have to get a microscope connected for that though. Barbecue time! Barbecue. Still waiting for my barbecue chip to turn up. Yeah, red below slot 2, line wood share. Ah, okay. Ah, I see what you mean on there. Yeah, well, I haven't tried it with customers NVMe in either. So we'll let this just get up to 3 minutes, let's say, which is another minute. And I know what you were saying yesterday, about 7 to 10 minutes generally. But we'll... 1.5 weeks. Some of the stuff turns up really quick from China. Some of the stuff just seems to take an eternity. So it's, for me, it's a bit crazy. Okay, I'm on 15%. One more test run, and then I'm just gonna say RAM is probably. I bought eBay. Couldn't be waiting for China. Well, most of the stuff on eBay nowadays comes from China, doesn't it? Escape. Okay, right. We're gonna. I'm gonna try and shut this down. We'll get the customer drive in there, and we'll see how it goes. They've got a lovely make do heatsink on their drive, so we're gonna give that a quick wash off. All the rubber bands have disintegrated, so. Take the rubber bands off and we'll give it a clean. Hopefully it won't fall to pieces when I clean it, but them rubber bands are not gonna hold it, so we'll shut that down. Give this a quick spray over the bin. Get customers drive put back in there. give this a quick dry with the old air blower. Please put your fingers in your ears right now, guys. I'm going to blow it off. That's that blowing off. We have this shut down. We'll just turn power off and we'll drain the board. Board is substantially drained. We'll get my test NVMe out. So the other things we need to do is obviously customer NVMe, which is what we're putting in now. We've got a customer RAM, we've got a customer CPU in. We can post it to this. So we'll repeat the process and then we'll try it with customer GPU.
Oh, you!
Advert fix blower. Yes, I did fix the blower, cows. I fixed the that dust is bad for you. I can't make it. It's only a tiny little bit of fluff on that one. But yeah, I did fix the blower. It just ended up being Arnold was right. It was, oh, I'm presuming he's right because it worked. It was too much dust, which were causing a humidity short on it. We will see if this posts. I might need to flick off here if it's got customer information on. If it has, I will flick off and do it. But hopefully this. Oh, still got my Vento in. Sorry guys, forgot to take memory stick out. I have to change the priority. Let's let that shut down.
Got a little tiny one.
Got a little small one. Come on, computer, turn off. Come on, light up memory stick needs to go out. Right, let's post this again. Let's look at that black screen. Right, we're posting again. Now I've took the memory stick out because I'm a bit of a donkey. Yeah, dust on legs with humidity. It was really dusty inside as well. It did surprise me. I know it's a fan which obviously circulates the air, but it did surprise me that that was what was causing it. I were expecting it to be a more of an issue. F11. Yeah, for boot menus. Excuse me. Oh dear. Right, I'm going to have to flick off that screen because it's probably got customer information on and I can't obviously show you customer information. So I'm hoping if I can do this from memory. Oh, is that Windows 8? Right, there's no customer information on there. So where's the mouse? Right, that is now working. So we'll do shutdown. There we go. We'll do shutdown. We'll put his GPU in. I'll screw his NVMe down. We'll put his GPU. We'll put the heatsink on first because we know CPU is working. And we'll give him a bit of clean thermal paste on there. So let's lean across. Drain the board. I'm just going to take that out, just make it a bit easier for me to get in and out. Take my trusty CPU cooler off. We've drained the board, we've disconnected. We will just screw his NVMe in. What I am going to do, and it's not going to look pretty, I am going to put a cable tie around there just in case that decides to want to make a break for freedom, because the rubber bands have gone. This shouldn't get too hot. This is just literally just to stop it going anywhere and causing any massive issues, because if they stand it upright, it's obviously on a thermal pad which gets more fluid, even though they don't get fluid. It gets more to a point where it could potentially move. So we'll stick a couple of them on. Not going to look pretty, but if you looked at rest at PC, I think that's the least of the worries. And we will clean the cooler. Oh, should we go for the radical way again and stick it on the thermal compound on the cooler? Let's go for the radical way. There you go. I haven't put a great deal on because there's quite a lot on the chip already. Let's stick his hand underneath and see if we can get the plate back mounted. Board is unplugged, so we're not going to run the risk of any shorting. So we'll get that. Ooh, we'll get that on there. Let's knock my cup off. And mount it on there, and find a screwdriver. I like to torque these up in alternate corners just so we put an equal pressure, and I never go down on one corner altogether. I tend to try and just move around the board in a nice uniform manner, so we're spreading the load. I need to get my PC cooler currently at 60, just watching 60 degrees. It all depends on what else it's doing in the background. It might be doing an update or something like that, you never know. $60 isn't too far out of the equation. I want to have thought for a temperature for your CPU. I bought an NVMe heatsink that came with small metal brackets instead of those cheap rubber bands. Yeah, I've seen some of those as well. With it on. I don't know how effective they are at keeping it cool. I mean, it'll keep it cool, but Gen 3 drives, did they really get hot enough to need it? Because I remember watching, I think Linus did it. They did some performance tests, and if you overcool a NVMe, it performs worse if they do too cool, because the performance is geared to be somewhere between sort of 60 and 75 degrees, I think it is. So overcooling them can be detrimental to performance. Yeah, I've seen the metal ones. I had a customer not long back. He'd bought one of these with a pre-mounted heatsink on, what you couldn't take off, one of the Samsung ones. And he was trying to mount it on his board, and he said, I've tried everything and just can't mount it, and I think I've broke it. So he brought it, and what he'd done, he'd obviously got heat shields on the board as well. So he put his M2 in with the heatsink on, and he was trying to mount the aluminium heat shield again over the top of everything else, you know, the ones which screw down. And fortunately he hadn't broke it, but I went, yeah, you can't put that in with that. Well, can you take that heatsink off? Well, yes, but no, leave it on, just don't have that. But he weren't happy with what I was saying to him, so he was going to take it off, and I said, well, I wouldn't, because you've got a good chance of maybe damaging the SSD. But he probably did when he got home, I don't know. But yeah, did have somebody try that. So we've got a cooler on there now, and we will just post yet again. I know it's a lot of posting this, but it's baby steps in it, just to make sure we are where we are. That won't work until I plug the big thick cables in. Talking about thick things, that is me. Forgot to plug it in. So 8-pin connector for that tiny little 1600 CPU. Flick it on. We have spin, we have fan spin. So let's keep an eye on bottom right hand corner. Take Windows 11 off it, probably drop a load, yeah. Just played around PayPal. Just played around PayPal 95 all the time. Oh dear. Ooh. 15% CPU is rest. That seems awfully high for rest. I would check your running, your startup items at that. That seems awfully high. At rest, I would say you probably need to be certainly single digits, if not lower single digits. Aha, they've got it set. Brilliant. I was just making sure I could do that, which will make it easier than having to click shut down every time. So that's good. So let's just power this down. We'll try that. PAL World. Ah, right. Okay. So again, we will add his GPU. The benefit of adding them one by one, I know it seems laborious to anybody who is tuning in. If you then do more than one change at once and it fails, you're not always sure what's caused it to fail. So was it the first thing you did or was it the last thing you did? So the only real way of doing it, certainly when, I know we think we've got it working, but to ensure that we are knowing what may have triggered it, is one change at once. That's the golden rule. That's the golden rule, and it is just time consuming and laborious to do, but no quick ways around it, unfortunately. Back on. We've now got customer GPU in. We're plugged into GPU. We're waiting for us to see if we get a picture on screen. If we get a picture on screen, I will stick a couple of screws in it and we will screw his GPU into place. Please give me a picture. Please, 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 please give me a picture. It's a GTX, RTX, GTX it'll be on this, won't it? 970 won't be RTX because there's no ray tracing. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have fan spin. We've got any keyboard illumination. Ah, it's frozen. So there's no response from the number lock light on keyboard, which would say to me that I'm just going to reset the BIOS again when I find my ickle screwdriver or that thing. So just do a quick BIOS, clear BIOS reset. Right, so I've done a BIOS reset. We'll flick it back on. Right, we'll see if this posts. We've got fan spin on GPU. We're keeping that in bottom right hand corner of the screen. Down here to see if we get a picture. Right, that was good. The fan speeded up and then slowed down. But if we can see the number lock light is not illuminating. We've got no beep from speaker. Not even got a single post beep. Are we thinking that that is GPU related now? Let's plug this straight into the board just in case one of these stupid ones which doesn't do that, but no. I think that is frozen. Let me just see if it shuts down automatically just with one single press. Can you see fan spin? That looks like it is working. I think it's just not outputting a signal for GPU. I think GPU's gone. Power off CMOS reset. Yeah. Right. Drain power. Everything's drained. CMOS reset. Because graphics card was out, the graphics card was actually floating around in the box. They'd already taken it out. I didn't actually take the card out. I'm wondering whether they might, because it was quite, it was just like in a big plastic tote box and this was just laid at the bottom. Whether they've knocked a component off the back or something, because everything on this is exposed, as you can see. There's no back plate on this. These were days where they wanted you to look at the components. I can't physically or visibly see anything what's been knocked off. But this could have been the thing which took the shock. If it was a short, it would probably cause the computer not to work. So I don't think it's a short. We'll give it a clean with alcohol. Yeah, I'll use my heavy duty one here. Do like this cleaning solution because you can put it on live electrics. Works wonderful. It's not IPA what I'm spraying on, it's the contact cleaner, and it comes out with such force. It's brilliant. I wouldn't recommend spraying it on live electrics, but you can do. Let me get my air blower down. I'm just going to put you on mute while I blow this off. Whoa, that was a bit dustier than the last thing I did. Whoa, filled my office with that. Right, so we have that plugged in, we've got that plugged in, we haven't got any of those, no need, and we'll give this another. So we've reset the BIOS, so we're doing a CMOS clear, we've got a graphics card in. I mean, there is display ports and other things on here. So if it doesn't post this time, what I will do, I'll get a display to this DP port to HDMI adapter and see if it does that, because I have had that before where we've now got picture. So it's now working. So BIOS reset, cleaning card, cleaning port, your guess is as good as mine. Yep. Ooh. That'll be because of that. Sorry. There is a mod for my PC 3D printed add-on to put the bottom at 120mm fan and power it over USB. Can't you just power it from your power supply? I guess I shouldn't run burning tests with hardware info 64 while on YouTube. I got choppy vid. Right, let's press that. Right, we'll try it with we'll screw his graphics card in and try it with his or customer PSU. Grab a couple of screws for that. I'll move the box of CPUs out of the way. Need to straighten the pins on that CPU. And let me see if I've got a couple of half decent black to match the case screws. One there and one goes in that hole just there. Anybody think I've built a desktop PC before? What have I done this week? About 10, 11 desktop PCs. Getting habit forming, isn't it? So, GPU is working. That's working. That's working. Let's dispose of my test power supply. Now let's go back with the customer. Customer supply. Snip his cable tie. I'm not going to fit this until we've fully tested it. I will dry fit it, bench test it, and then CPU, then disconnect and actually fit it properly for him. If it works, good thing is at least we have got plenty of room in the case to do that. GPUs, which comes over this side of the board. And power supply. Power. Well, that's good. It didn't go bang when I flicked it on. Let's power. So we should have same as we had before. We've got a fan spin. Only thing that's changed now. There we go. I was thinking of PTM 750, my GPU, but it's not running hot. That Ryzen 9 is getting toasty. Oh, have I missed some bits here? TFN, what cooler you getting? Not to a 120mm. TFN, please don't waste your money on Noctua. Unless you're just on about a fan there. Can't put a dedicated CPU cooler. Oh, can't you? It's mini. Oh, right, okay. Going in dry. The Ryzen 9 is getting toasty. Let me just get this. $15. Oh, is that all it is? That's affordable enough, isn't it, for anything? Probably the reason my issue with YouTube. I think James, when James was on stream last night, we were on about, somebody asked the question, or was it this morning, about what would they recommend for a GPU, and Tony from Northwest Repairs, you know, GPU guy, had said to James he'd recommend him this type of thermal paste, and James said he'd bought some for his GPU. I can't remember what it was, but I'm sure if you ask James, he'll tell you what it is, Arnold, for what thermal paste Tony recommended, because we know that Tony is a bit of a goat when it comes to things like that, isn't he, with thermal paste and whatnot. Go with Thermal Right cooler, still good cooling and very extreme. I am a massive advocate of those thermal take, I think, or is it Thermal Right? I can never remember. The 120 SE and the 140. I fit so many of them. People think I am what's me call it with them, but I am not. Morning Sparta, happy post birthday day. Hope you had a good celebration yesterday. They finally fixed the freezing issue. Oh, nice. Oh, we've got a very exposed cool thing down there. So let's get this, that one. So this is a different scenario to the one we did earlier, because this is non-modular supply. You've got to fit the supply and then come back and fit all the cables after. But the good thing is we have plenty of room. Why have I... Don't you love it when customers don't send all the screws? Ugh. And we are quickly running out of black screws. We'll find some for this. One there. Grand Prix on tomorrow morning, so I'll be up and ready to watch that tomorrow morning, bright and early. 7 AM start, I think it is, or something like that on UK time. So not mega early, not as early as the Australian 1 week before. And where is that one there? There we go. Ooh, my dog's moaning. That one done. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Let me just see if I can... The case is actually bent quite a bit at the back, and it's stopping the power supply screwing in because the case is bent. Let's see if I can persuade it. There we go. A little bit of gentle persuasion. There we go. We're badly bent there. That's persuaded it back with a gentle stretch from a multi-purpose screwdriver, one which doubles as a chisel, a screwdriver and a hammer. We've all got that type of screwdriver, haven't we? Can't be a multi-purpose tool like that. Oh. Let's get some of these cables shoved through the respective holes. Made a chocolate cake yesterday. Whoa! Thermal take. Yes, that's it. Did you make a plain chocolate cake with chocolate in it and on it? That would be my question. And here's a tip. Here's a tip for chocolate cake. If you want your chocolate cake to taste more chocolatey, put a little bit of coffee in it, and it intensifies the chocolate. Intensifies the chocolate taste. Now just need to get temp under control, thinking about can replace the included laptop fan with a normal one. Sounds like it's going to be a bit of a Frankenstein, this. PC DD is not currently sponsored by Take. God knows must be responsible for 105 of your sales. I probably fit a couple hundred of these units a year. Just me, let alone all the people I tell about it. They are, honestly, and I have done for a lot of years now. I just really do. And I wouldn't say it unless I did believe it. I'm not one of them. It's like the Thermal Master camera I use on my thing. I was quite kindly sent that for review by Thermal Master, and I've put a review out over that. And it's a nice little camera. It wouldn't replace my big camera, but for what it does well, and for the price bracket, does it really well. And I've got a 10% code. If anyone's thinking of any of the thermal cameras, there's a 10% code in there for you buying a camera, and it'll work on any of the cameras completely. But I'm going to assemble this like they'd assemble this, which is just basically pushing the rabbit's nest of wires back in there, because that's how they had it, that's how they wanted it, that's basically what it is. And we'll post this one last time. Brook trout brownies sounds fishy. Ugh. What's better, thermal take or thermal right? It is the, I'm getting mixed up. If you're going to buy one, buy the thermal right cooler. The thermal right, and it's the 120 SE or the 140, just depending what CPU you've got. One's just bigger than the other and dissipates more heat. I fit them all the time, Joe. Just have a look. They are £26 if you're in the UK, probably what's that, about $30 for the 120, depending on the colour you want. If you want the bigger one, they're about another £5. They come in white, black, grey, silver. They come with and without RGB. They even come with temperature display screens. Honestly, I rave on about them because I just find them so good. And I've never mentioned it on channel before. And honestly, I am not sponsored by them. I wish I was, because I could earn some commission on that. With the amount of times I do mention it. But no, definitely not sponsored by them. I just think they are really, really good. Good products at a brilliant price. I used to fit the Noctua ones, the very expensive Noctua ones, like 150 quid ones. And I ordered one for mine, which is a 9850 X3D AMD. And I put it in the basket, and then I found these, and I went, oh, hold on a minute. They look really good. For the sake of what they cost, I'll order one for mine. If it's no good, I'll just keep hold of it and fit it to a customer's computer if it won't handle my chip. And it's still in my computer to this day. It just works excellent. Works really, really well. So, yeah, it's the thermal right. 140 if you want to be, if you want, 120 if you don't. but both work equally well. So this is now all assembled, power supply fitted. Woohoo! My screen went off just then. We'll keep an eye on it, bottom right hand corner. If we get a post screen, it's amazing. We have picture. So yeah, this, think it was a locked BIOS, a frozen BIOS. Think it were dirty contacts. Think it was just because it were a Friday the 13th yesterday and it didn't want to work. I am not sure. Yeah, the 120 SE, honestly. What CPU are you pairing it with? Oh, 900. It's a... You might start hitting the thing. If you've not opened it, Joe, and you order it off Amazon, what I would recommend is maybe, if you can fit it in your case, going for the 140, because the 120, it'll still do the job, but it'll be really pushing it to its limits. The 140 will handle that better. The one I built this morning has got the 120 in, and he's got a 5800X, I think, in there. And that's probably the same TDP as yours. And on that, under thermal testing, it was sitting at 76 degrees, I think it was, which is fine, which is more than fine. Cooler the better, obviously, which is more than fine. I won't worry unless it were getting into sort of mid to high 90s. It's going to do it, and that were a 120. A 140 would have dropped it a little bit better, and it would just eased it a little bit. So if you are on Amazon, you can always return it and go for the 140, but that one will still do you. It'll still do you. It'll just be pushing its boundaries a little bit on there. I remember you saying that BA120 single fan works nice. Yeah, they do. The nice thing, what I like about the thermal right ones, are they are twin fans as well, and it's a smooth polished base plate rather than squashed in with metal. They are quiet. The fan connectors, just the way the fans clip onto it, they're just really easy to build. The fixing mechanism for the fans I find superb. There's not a bad aspect of that I could mention. Yes, they could have a bit more thermal mass, but as we proved this morning, it dropped from 76 degrees down to 39 degrees within 1.5 to 2 seconds. So there's enough thermal mass there, even in 120, to do the job more than adequately. And the 140's got a little bit more thermal mass in it. Got it from Computer Shop. They said it was really good. Yeah, they've advised you properly on that. They have really, really advised you. Don't worry about it. If you notice you are thermal throttling, and I don't think you will if you fit it correctly. The only other thing I would say is don't use the included thermal paste. You get tubes of this, and I find it a bit too thick. It's like it's old paste, and it's not, because I have so much of it and it's all the same. I find that a bit thick. If you are going to use that, and by all means give it a try, make sure you put a blob on and then spread it. Make sure, just use your finger or something like that and spread it out, but as thin layer as you possibly can. So yeah, what's the difference between the 120 and the 140? Size. It's thermal mass and fans, I think, size difference. But it's a bigger cooler. They would all, yeah, there we go. It's got more thermal mass to it as well. I think there's a couple more heat pipes on it as well. You'd have to look at that. But there's more height to the cooler, so you get more fins, so you get more heat dissipation and things like that. So it is just sized just to soak up some more heat on there. So that one is good. We just posted that, didn't we? So we'll just drain it. I'm just going to put this one through here. We're going to repair that CPU now, which is not well. Oh, let me get rid of this. Out of all my jobs now, even though I've been so busy, I've only got 2 jobs left to do, and we might have time for both of them, which are both, one's a laptop, one's data recovery, which is a bit, so I'm probably not going to worry too much about that data recovery one. Let's let's get the microscope turned on. And got it all. I just need to turn these things back on because I've got most of them turned off. Microscope. Need to plug it in. Don't plug it in, I can't get a picture. There we go. We have picture, which means if I go there, yeah, I've got picture. What thermal paste is that? That one there is the stuff what you get with them. That's what you get with them. And I'll show you what I mean. It's TF7. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you on a piece of paper how thick it is, and I'll show you, if you are going to use it, how I would recommend applying it. Whether you guys will find this interesting or not, I don't know, but I will show you. We can do this under microscope now. I've got microscope up and running. So if we have a look, not on there. Can I focus? Can I focus? Can I focus? We can focus. Let me focus there. Right. So let's just do it. This is just a post-it note. So I'm going to put a blob of, this is brand new, which came on the cooler yesterday, and I don't use it. So there's a blob of that there. And the issue what I have is, even if you push down really hard, it still stays quite thick. I know there's a lot more compression. It's really thick. It's a bit like, if you know what blue tack is, it's a bit like consistency of a warm blue tack. It does squash down, but it squashes down really badly in my view. But the good thing is you've probably got a longer lifespan on it because it is like that. So it does squash down eventually, but even with some squashing, it still stays quite thick, which is good. Yeah, it does. It goes thinner when it's warm. I was just going to get on that, which is good. It does start to, when it warms up, it starts to get more viscous and things like that. As opposed to, I've got some Noctua stuff here, which is obviously a competitor of theirs, and you even struggle to get the Noctua stuff out. But the Noctua stuff is kind of a bit more thicker, but it just spreads a bit easier. So there's very little in it, but it just spreads a little easier. Now, if we compare that, I've got MX4, I've got all sorts in here. Compare that to the go-to one, which nobody seems to like, but I love. This is my go-to one, which I put on a lot of stuff. It just spreads. You can just see the difference. I know it's not sticking because we're on paper, but you can just see it just spreads so much easier. So if we look on a CPU, and if I put a blob on each, let me grab a cooler, and I'll squash them down with a cooler so we can have a better representation. And I know this is not going to be the most scientific thing. All right, so I've put both of those on there. I'm going to try and take this off without too much smearing. This is probably a really bad representation, but it's probably the best way I can show you. So the lower, cheaper stuff is this one here. You can see it's all spread out nicely. The dearer one is a lot, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to spread as much. This is the thermal right one. See where it's a bit more patchy and whatnot. It's ripped it all off the CPU, but you can see it's just a lot thicker in places as opposed to this, which is just a lot smoother. It is a lot. It won't last as long. Might have to change this one every couple of years. This one might last 3 years, let's say. But I would always recommend on a gaming system anyway, after 18 months, you change your thermal paste just to keep everything cool. That one, again, it seems very dry even on day one. Seems very dry. And even if I use Noctua stuff, it's obviously proven it works. I don't know, I don't like it. And I have tested both these for thermals, and there's absolutely nothing in it. You could get better thermals with cheaper paste than you can with dearer paste if it's not applied right. And that's basically what it looked like on the CPU. Cheaper one being here, which has stayed on the chip. The dearer one just lifted off instantly, and it's like dry paste already. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I always usually, if I use the thicker stuff, and I use MX4, which is thicker. I've got MX4 in there somewhere. I use MX4 on higher wattage systems, because I think on a higher wattage system where it is getting hot, it will last a bit better and so on. So I need to try and straighten these pins because I kindly bent my pins. One of the best ways I've found at straightening pins is by putting it in the socket. So I will be trying to straighten these best I can. And then if you can get them somewhere like, you can sometimes just put them in socket and the socket straightens and rest it away. This isn't a how-to guide on how to straighten pins. I've done that on one of my other videos if you want to check that one out. This is just me very quickly straightening some pins on my test CPU. This is not a customer CPU, so don't think I'm bodging a customer's part here. That's about as straight as a non-straight thing on a straight day. I got some, I don't think these tweezers are going to be, I think I'm going to end up snapping that leg off if I do it. It's an old Ryzen, this anyway. Yeah, that one's not going to go in all. Might be able to straighten it a little bit more when I put it in the socket. I've got a test one I can put it in anyway. Let me just zoom down. I use tweezers to, decurve them. That surface could use, certainly could. Thicker dries up and space it more, loses conducticity. Yeah, the first time I had to do this, I was freaking out. Yeah, I remember the first time I did a pin straightening. It was on, I can't remember what it was on. I think it was an older Athlon chip or something like that, which is some time ago. But with this, to me, this is a worthless chip. I've got several of them, so it's just a case of if it straightens and goes in hole, it straightens and goes in hole. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not going to lose any sleep about it. It'll just go back in the recycling. I think it's only a Ryzen 1600. It's not like it's a high performance chip or anything like that. It's just literally for testing boards, and I've got several. Pin there is out of alignment. A little bit close. You don't have to be too accurate at this, because they do, as much as you've got to be accurate enough to make sure it's not out of too much kilter. When you put it in the slot, it will align them to some degree, and it will help straightening them as well. I'm just more concerned, it's the bend which is going to cause more issues. I've got an AM4 board up there which I will try these on. Did see another spot on it which didn't look quite right. Oh, it was fluff. and that's where I was just putting the whatchamacallit on, wasn't it? My contact cleaner actually cleans thermal paste better than Electronic Repair School. I think that's who it is. The guy in Spain or wherever he lives, Tenerife. He's just done a video on thermal compounds, just while we're on about that, and he compared them to toothpaste. I flicked through it very late last night because it was an hour's video, and I were tired. But the toothpaste didn't perform very well. But I think I caught a bit on it where he was saying that because he was testing for conductivity at 1,000 volts across a measured gap, and he was testing the compounds again. Oh, look at that one! That's definitely bent. He was testing them against thermal silicons, what he puts on MOSFETs and so on. It's going to be awkward to get to. I've just had some new tools. I wonder if I can use one of these. I don't know if they'll be... God, my dog's making some noises. No, they're going to be massive. Yeah, he was testing them against there, which obviously aren't electrical conductive. But when he tested the MX4, I'm sure he said that the MX4 was conductive, which struck me as being a bit strange for thermal paste. It's a close-up of my terrible fingers. You can see this pin's bent anyway. I'm going to try and get the head somewhere in alignment. I can't see chat while I've got microscope down. Sorry, gents. Slightly out if you look. That's a bit straighter. Right at the other end it dying, isn't it? Ouch. Just drop the X-Acto knife on my leg. Pick the knife up. Oh. Needle nose time, yeah. Short, maybe easy to use. AMD, learn electronic repairs. That's him. Yeah. This CPU definitely need more than a Viagra. AM5 socket pins are quite tricky to get straight sometimes, as they're most like forks. Haven't had to do. I did a 1700 motherboard for 14th Intel, which Thingy Bob and Andy Swindon was on about sending me a AM5 one to try and straighten as well. But I will tell you now that JFix has done one extreme, and I'm sure he'll post the pictures on Discord if anybody wants to see it, because he didn't actually do a video for it. But he has straightened the pins on it, and they are as good as new. They are absolutely phenomenal. Done an absolutely amazing jobs of it. I saw it before and I saw it after, and the way he did it, he actually used heat on the pins to soften the pins up and then straighten them, and it worked amazing. Really did work well. Let me just grab an AM4 board. It's an Intel board. Oh God, that's heavy. That's got a CPU in already, so I can't. Ooh, got a CPU and a cooler in that one. It had a cooler on it. It's Intel AM4. Again, I'm not going to lose too much sleep if this doesn't work correctly. but it looks like it has. Give it a nice couple of things down. Yeah, that's all straightened up. It's obviously going in the socket, so we will put that back in our spares box. Managed to save one of those. Put these two motherboards back up here. My test system, we've got a i7 11700 and another i7 just there as test board. So we'll put them two test boards back up there and we'll get this CPU back in the box. Back up there. Oh, I was going to show you, weren't I, about spreading the thermal compound. Oh, well, just basically spread it with your finger like that, or if you've got some type of spreading tool, use that. But if you are using the thicker stuff, just please make sure you spread it. The thinner stuff will spread a little bit easier. Sorry, I did say that. As Borat would say, great success. Pin's still slightly off centre. It is a little bit off centre, but it went in. Again, it's only a test CPU, so I am okay with that. Put my blue tack back and just make a room for the next one. That RAM is defunct, so I'm going to leave that there because I will speak to the customer just saying I've had to replace the RAM and I'm not charging you for putting 2 new sticks of ramming your computer, which I think they will be very, very, very happy about. Right, let me go grab another machine. So we're going to work on I don't think I'm going to work on that one actually. I'm going to float this as a question, guys. So I need help and advice on this. I've got a HP laptop in. Okay. On Wi-Fi, I brought it here. It connects to all my 6 Wi-Fi networks, no problem at all. Password in, works fine. At the customer's premises, it will not connect to their Wi-Fi router. Every other device on that network, including my mobile phone, so I've tried my mobile phone, connects to their router. No problem at all. It is a new router. The laptop was connecting to their old router, just won't connect to the new router. I then did a Wi-Fi hotspot on my phone and the laptop would not connect to my phone. So laptop does connect because it connects to my Wi-Fi. Now I've brought it here and I've got multiple networks on different routers, which are all set to different frequencies, different bands on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz on different channel widths and things like that. I can't actually check a lot of the details because it's an ISP router at the customer's premises. So I can't check some things like that. So the Wi-Fi works, it did work on their old router. It's not working on the router, but it is working on all my routers. But it also won't connect to my phone on Bluetooth hotspot, but everything else is working on their router. I'm thinking it's the Wi-Fi chip as well. No, it's not the BitLocker one. That BitLocker one, I've spoke to a customer and I've just said I can't go for BitLocker on that one. Yeah, I thought it might have been something to do with, I know ISPs call it different things, but you know, Smart Connect. Yeah, my phone's an iPhone. It's the 17 Pro Max. No, they've been onto ISP and they spent hours on with that. And the ISP went, we think it's a password issue, so we'll change. They've logged into their router remotely and changed the password for the Wi-Fi on the router. How old is the laptop? I've got it in there. I'll go grab it. I'll grab it. It's not mega old, probably 5 or 6 years old. I'll go grab it. But I was thinking it was maybe a software issue. So I've uninstalled all the network protocols. I've uninstalled the card and reinstalled it. It's still not connecting. And I did all this. I've reset the router as well. I've done a full router reset as well. because I can do that with the pins, but I can't log into the router because the ISP is locked to the router to their password, and I can't log in and they won't give me that. And I'm under the thinking that it's either a frequency that the router auto set itself on because it scanned the local area and said, well, I'll set it to this high frequency channel, and the laptop can't quite get there, but things like the my phone can and TV can. Or it's a Smart Connect one where obviously the router's then deciding to put it on either 2.4 or 5 and the laptop, but it's, you put the password and it does the handshake and everything else, so it can see the network, it just won't authenticate the network. It's like you've typed the wrong password in. No, because it's seeing the network, which that wouldn't do on there, would it, Arnold? If it's seeing the network and it's just not accepting, it's like an authentication problem. I think that's why the ISP said, well, we'll change your password. So they actually changed it away from the default password. I don't know. I didn't look but I can't log into the router. I know I can sniff it and see what protocol it's using. Let me go grab it and test it. Yeah, agree, Perno. Yeah, lead farmer wouldn't show up at all. That's the bizarre thing. I mean, when I got there, the reason why it wasn't actually shown originally is because they pressed the Wi-Fi off button on the router. So I turned that back on and got that working. Dog, go away. Let me grab the laptop because I have got it here. Go on bed. But the big issue I will have is obviously it's working here, just not working there. Because I'm thinking it could well be. I can't. I did try and boot into this other thing. I took my Ventoy sticks yesterday because I was at customer premises, because I don't do call outs, as I've mentioned numerous times. I only went because it was a repeat customer. So I took my Ventoy sticks. I cannot even get the HP laptop to even see one of my memory sticks yesterday, which did again confuse me. And I'm thinking, is it an issue with the laptop? There were just a few things which just didn't add up correctly, and it just didn't quite, I don't know, just didn't quite feel right when I were doing it. Hence why I kind of brought it back and said, let me have a look here. Rather than not. Let me grab my lead, which is on the floor for HP. So yeah, it puzzled me a little bit. On, yeah, 19 volts. It's quite lightly compatible. Do you think that's what it might be? WPA3. Yes, we'll be better to exclude software issues first, booting from a different OS. Yeah, that's what I thought. But the issue I've got is, when I brought it back here, it worked instantly. I don't think I've got any WPA3. That. But that would then just stop authentication, wouldn't it? Is that a card issue then in the laptop? Because I've not come across that before. So are you saying that I just need to upgrade the right? So if it's a WPA3, I need to update the Wi-Fi card in the laptop. Don't think it tells you anything on here. Yeah, it doesn't tell us anything on my hotspot on here. Let me just turn laptop on. I can't show you because it is a customer's laptop and it has got their stuff on desktop. So I can't actually show you it on here, which is really annoying. So let me set this to HP. so I can't actually show you their screen. But yeah, on iPhone, under personal hotspot, it doesn't actually tell you. I have a setting where I can do maximum compatibility. So what I might do is log in here, see if I can get see if I can connect it to my phone now. If it won't connect, put maximum compatibility on. Can't always replace unless you have HV BIOS. Oh my gosh. Go to HV parts, surfer, and enter serial number for Wi-Fi modules. Just open Notepad, full screen. I'm just going to have a look what is actually on the desktop. Right, they've got a picture of their dog, so I'm going to get rid of a picture of their animal. I'm going to get a mouse because it just will work so much better with a mouse. It is Windows 11. Just get mouse in there. Right. Just going to get rid of their mouse. Personalize it. Their mouse. No, their picture. Background. I'll set this to a colour. How do I set that to? Picture, and we'll just do a solid colour. Not bother what it is. We'll have black. Done. Right. So. Let me see if I can get this on a HDMI, so at least we can all have a look on here. Put that in there. It's only got VGA output, not got H. I've got display port. Let me grab my display port to HDMI adapter. Why? The charger's not working, or my charger's not working on their device. Why is that not working? This is Friday the 13th thing, isn't it? Let me make sure I've got voltage on my battery. Will go flat if not, and we won't be able to do anything. I've got 19.5 volts on my charger. Brilliant. And guess what I did? I give all my chargers away to that guy, didn't I? So I now don't have an HP charger. So we've literally got until the battery goes flat. Wonderful. See if we can get a picture in bottom right. If we get a picture in bottom right, I'll flick over to it. And no. We've just got a blank screen. I'll try restarting. Restart, just see if that does it. Just gonna have a look, see if I have got any type of power adapter for this laptop. Oh, that one might do. It's a Dell, but oh, have I got one? Is that one there? Oh, you beauty! I have got one. There we go. Right, let's plug this in, see if we can get this charging. Definitely want a bit of oomph in it. Win P a few times, tap P. Yeah, I'm just going to see if it comes up. I am plugged in, but I'm having to go through DisplayPort into HDMI. So I ain't got a picture on either screen at the moment. No, it's not going to be. I might just have to zoom down onto things. So you reckon Windows P? Duplicate. I've got it on duplication. It's just not coming through. I mean, this could be an OBS issue. It's the Elite Book. Right, it's the Elite Book. So I'll just zoom down onto the screen best I can. So it's always going to be. At least we've got a charge on here. So let me see if I can zoom down. So it's not going to be anywhere near as nice as we would like. Turn the lights off as well. And see if I can position this so at least we can get full screen. And that one. Right, that's about the best we can go. I'll shut this door. Just so we've got right contrast. We're going to have to... That's about best I can make it for that. Yeah, it does. It flashes because it's doing the handshake. It just doesn't come up. That's the issue. I will leave it plugged in because if it does come up, it will show up in the bottom right hand corner. But I have got, if I do Windows P, it's trying, and it thinks it's doing it. That's why it does that rescale. But there's just nothing. Just nothing comes up. That's it's recognising I'm putting something in. Just nothing coming up. But that could be an OBS issue because we know OBS is not, and I'm certainly on my capture. It's disappeared altogether now. Yeah, that's the screen it should be on, and it's clearly not there. It's just a blank screen. So we've got nothing there. So I can't. Is adapter adapter's okay now? It's an adapter I use often. It has got VGA output on as well, but I ain't got an adapter VGA to HDMI. I think I've looked before. So anyway, it's a business class, yeah. So I am now connected to my Wi-Fi. I connected it yesterday, as we can see. Let me connect to a different one of my Wi-Fis, which I will type the password in now. And it will say verifying and connecting. It's now connected. I'm just going to try and connect to my phone because yesterday I couldn't connect to my phone. It's a really complicated password. Right, this is what wasn't connecting yesterday at their premises. Right, see where it says, you probably can't, but it says unable to connect here. So basically saying unable to connect. There. So when I try and connect to my phone, it's saying unable to connect. I'm going to put max compatibility on mine to see if that makes a difference. Because obviously that'll let it run on connect. So I've altered my phone to, yeah, even on max compatibility, it's saying unable to connect. So for whatever reason, it won't connect to my phone, and whatever reason, it won't connect to their Wi-Fi. I can connect on 5 gigahertz here because that's what I am connected to. I can connect on 2.4, which I've connected to there, and these actually are all different routers. So it looks like it is connecting to, and it can see all the things. I just cannot connect to my phone, which I'm not bothered about, but it's an example of, and that. So get us the network Wi-Fi model. Do you have an Android phone? I do not have an Android phone. Yeah, I don't have an Android phone. Yeah, I don't, but let's have a look at this. Let me see if I can bring device manager up so we can see this. Just annoying that we can't actually see here. So network. It is driver. Driver is 2019. I did update the drivers yesterday from Snappy Dragon. I uninstalled them and redid it from there. And it made no difference at all. I even deleted all network protocols and reinstated all network protocols. So it's the wireless N7265 is the... now I can select... yeah, I've got a USB one. I just need to put light on so I can find it, sorry. Because my other option is, I just say to them, use a Wi-Fi dongle. Because that is the, actually I might leave that on because the contract's better. I mean, it's trying to do everything on dual band. So, I mean, I could force the card to only operate in 2.4 gig, for example, which might... Yeah, it isn't. It is an old one. It's probably a bit older than I was thinking, actually. It's a Windows 10 machine, so it's probably about 8 or 9 years old, this machine. So they might just need a Wi-Fi dongle to do it. I'm just thinking if I force it to run in 2.4 on a B or G network, it's going to be slow as hell, but they literally use it for checking their emails. It's the Wi-Fi card, yeah. Let me try one of these USB dongles. And I'm going to use the USB dongle to see if I can connect to my phone. So Wi-Fi 2. Right. Back on, and we'll go mobile. Oh, not mobile services. We want personal data, personal whatchamacallit. And let's do a rescan for that. Under Wi-Fi 2. 11 years old. Wow, it is a bit older than I was thinking then. No, come on. There we go, it's that one there. Connect. Right, this is the Wi-Fi dongle. There you go, connector straight away. So it is the Wi-Fi card, isn't it? Yeah, driver date is 2019. Is the one from... is there a more modern one? Right, driver on this one is 29th of April 2019, which is 18.33.17.1 on Intel site. I send you a link. Don't send me the link. I'm going to Google it, mainly because I can't get the link off. I can't get the link off there. Oh, we're there. We have another... Oh, no. I was going to say we've got somebody else on... we've got a bot on there. On Intel site. Let me have a look at that on the Intel site. So I am on the Tinterweb. And let's do Intel dual. Oh, can't dual band. Dual BAND N7265 driver. Which is that one there. AC7 revision D. Okay. Activate. So I presume it's What did you search for, Arnold? Did you search for ID? Wrong page. Okay. 7265 driver. Dual band. Is that the one? Translate. Enable. It's wireless N. Wireless N7265. But it's still probably newer. That one is still probably newer. So 18th of February and 15th January. So it's going to be 18th of February one for that one. What's the difference in them two? Windows 8, 2140, 50, 20 available downloads. So they've both got the same date on them, but just different sizes. Gosh, they make it. 64-bit. There we go. Agree. Yes. Download begins shortly. Yeah. I'm going to see if this updates it, because good thing about Intel drivers, they generally either install if they're right or throw out if not. So we're looking at 2019 for current driver anyway. So 183317. Right, won't even work for that anyway, because it's saying I've got the wrong operating system. Wonderful. Disable internal Wi-Fi card in Windows and test dongle. Yeah, I'm actually just on dongle. Disable. Let's just turn that one off. And it's connecting to my phone, which is the thing. What we connected to phone. The old one just will not connect to the phone. I'm back and I'm free until tonight. Well, I won't be going that long, Sweden. Open support assistant. Dell HP. Come on, HP. I'm actually connected via my phone, so it will be a little bit slow. Let me just. You can probably install it manually. Not install. I'll put it on. Get serial number so I can look up the Wi-Fi card for this. But I don't know why. Actually, thinking about why it was going into a different language there. Don't bother with support assistant. Okay. Close browser. I reckon under HW info, memory stick, blue one. I think this might turn out to be a case of HW Info 64. Me telling them to buy a little Wi-Fi dongle from Amazon. Yeah, incompatible. Cancel. Serial. Oh, come on, go away. My board serial number is, I presume, that one. I wonder if this will tell me the I'm just going to have a look at the Wi-Fi drivers. That's the Wi-Fi card. Product serial number. Be that one there, won't it? 840G2. Oh, it is an old one, that I thought. It's an 840. Wow. Wow. 2018 it BIOS released it. Oh my gosh. 2018. Yeah, that's one. 5CG5286. How did you type that so quick? You typed it before I could even read it. Yeah, it's certainly an older machine, isn't it? I would think if I just say, look, buy yourself a little Wi-Fi dongle off Amazon, you know, these small USB ones, you reckon that's going to suffice? Because that's going to cost them 10 quid, £10, as opposed to me getting an internal Wi-Fi adapter, buying one, fitting one, charging for my labour and everything else. I'm happy to lend them mine until they get one, so at least they can stay online and they can drop that back down then, can't you? But I would think most moderner Wi-Fi adapters will be able to do it. I got a good HP Wi-Fi card off eBay to fit a HP 290MT for owner of jewellery shop. I didn't realise they were board specific as well, whether it locked it down or not. That was that's interesting. I didn't realise that. Makes more sense. The USB dongle ones. I have a backup one that has been used for many times. Yeah, I mean these are the things that I've got. I mean it's a big and bulky, but I've got a couple like this, and I've got some small ones as well. I just don't know where the smaller ones are. Yeah, easy fix, just a tiny little dongle. Yeah, I did have some. I bought them off AliExpress a few. They'll be old now. I bought them off AliExpress at 99 pence each. They were on offer, and I think I bought 20 of them, something like that. I have exactly the same one. Yeah, I've got, that's a TP link, and the other one is maybe I don't know whether that is, but I put them in tape just so I could find them when they were in my drawer. HP G4 Wi-Fi card. You just get Mickey. Hey Mickey, you're so fine you are. Now I've took the memory stick out because I'm a bit of a donkey. Sorry, cows have been on it again. Now I've took the memory stick out. Sending me some clips of me. Embarrassing myself. Test on. I couldn't actually. Lubuntu. I found the AC version for £10. Ooh. But again, I think it's one of those, Arnold, that by the time I've charged them for opening it up and fitting it, where they can buy a £10 dongle from Amazon, which they just plug in and get themselves, that might be a better way forward. Yeah, I think it's a hardware limitation as well. I think what I'll tell them is they need to buy a new Wi-Fi card. Yeah. I don't think they'll get out dongle route, because if I just say, look, I'm going to be charging, let's say, 40 quid for fitting it, as opposed to buying one off Amazon and plugging it in for a tenner, which is only going to cost you, I know which way they'll go. It's not worth opening that one up. So at least I wasn't honestly aware that the Wi-Fi card would alter the thing. So I've learned something there. So again, every day is a school day, isn't it? Every day is a school day on that one. Get that back up there, get that put away. I did try and boot into different OSs yesterday, and for whatever reason, the BIOS wouldn't even recognise my USB dongle, which was really strange. But a little bit worrying that my power supply isn't working on it either, but it works on there, so that's the thing. Right, let me go put this one away, and I'm going to bring the last one, because literally the next one's going to be my last job I've got in. So that's good news, isn't it? Oh yeah, I did. I think James has posted some TFN, in fairness. James posted some on his latest tweezer link, if you have a look on that. I can send you them. I get them on email because I joined their affiliate program. And you could do the same, in fairness, TFN. It's you just join the affiliate program, and then they send you links now and again. But yes, I can send you the link to the item. That's an affiliate link, so I get 3% or whatever you spend, or something like that. Did you end up getting the? I'm just on about you, cows. I was just looking at them. From 16th they go live. Oh, there we go. James posted some on his tweezer link as well on there. So have a look at James's link on there as well. It's the same codes as I get. It just links to his account rather than my account. And for the minuscule amount it earns me, I would rather people save the money rather than anything else. So by all means, look at James's links. But did you get the Mechanic 3000 Max USB-C thing? Because that is, I would recommend that. I'm just going to put this one back through, guys, and I'll bring the last one. Oh. So I have been given this computer. Yes, it is an old one. Yes, I'm aware that it's not worth a great deal. But I said to the customer, what do you want to do with it? He said, all I need is my data off it. I said, well, we can repair it. He went, I don't need it repaired. I just need my data off it. I said, okay, what do you want to do with it? He went, you can have it for spares. I said, okay. So only thing what's gone on it is the boot drive. But fortunately, we have two drives in it. So I do need to remove his drive so we can get to the... what was that? Not worth it. It's just replacing Wi-Fi card, and it's a new screw in the bottom. Already spent 30 minutes and more before the stream diagnosing. Doesn't take much to fix it properly. It is worth it, he said. Yeah. With that one, I'm going to give the customer the option. I'm happy to do the work, paying off It's just I need to give customer option before I jump in and spend their money. So it'll just be a conversation. I'll have a conversation with him and say, I can put your Wi-Fi card in, which is compatible, but it's going to cost you this, let's say £40, or you can buy yourself a little USB dongle for £10. Which way do you want to go? I think they'll probably opt for the USB dongle. So it's not that I'm not going to do it. I'll just give the customer the option to which way they want to go with it, rather than anything else. Because ultimately it's their money, and I can't spend their money. Ooh, I can only advise them which way they want to go. So yes, this one's a Dell. It's got a Windows 10 Pro license sticker on it, and it's the Optiplex 990. Yeah, I can get the internal one for $11. Yeah. Yeah, the just make sure everyone's on live video. Just refresh, guys. If you do want I think I showed this on stream the other day. This system here is brilliant. It's the Mechanic 3000, and it will go up to 140 watts on that one channel up there, and then rest of 65 watt banks, 40 watt banks, or 20 watt and things like that, as you can see. Let me just see if I can zoom down a little bit better so you can see it. And it'll give you all the information per thing. I haven't got anything plugged in at the moment, but yeah, and it's got wireless charging as well on top. They're not cheap. I think they're about £60. It's got wireless charging on top. But I've charged big beefy laptops with this on 140 watt one, and it works effortlessly. So yeah, I'm not too sure what protocol it supports up to, whether it's that 3.1 protocol, but it does work. I would recommend it. It does work really, really well. And you can even get it to, as I say, put trace shows on to see what it's charging over time and whatnot. I just don't have to do that. It's something in one of the menus. Something in one of the menus. I use it for charging my iPad. That's it. Which is now charging you. Oh. Can probably even find one laying around in a box from a toner. I have probably got I've probably got a compatible Wi-Fi card as well. Because the amount of newer laptops that I've got, certainly a lot newer than these, I've probably got one which will support it as well. But rather than me dig through, again, I'll just leave it down to customer, because we all know what customers can be like. They'll just go, no, don't bother. Has to be HP subsystem ID though, so I need an HP one. Yeah, I will. Once I've spoken, I'll keep you updated. That's about the best thing I can say. I will keep you updated to what they want, what they require, what they decide. I'll let you know. So the only thing what's gone on here is the SSD. It's got two drives in it. It's got mechanical. It's got an old spinny, rusty mechanical, and it's got an SSD. So it's just failing to boot. So he doesn't want it repairing. Because his son's giving him another computer, because his son works for a big IT company, so his son's giving him some of their old stock. Oh my gosh. 2 sticks of RAM. We have looks like 2 sticks of 8 GB of RAM. I don't know what CPU is in here. It's a good workhorse of a machine. This will just work and work and work. So we've got PC3 8 GB and PC3 8 GB, so 16 gig of RAM in total. But yeah, we don't need all of that. Stick that back in there. Oh, we've got, thought that was a full size when I was looking from up there, but it's not. It's two 2.5 inch drives. I'm a bit sneaky. If them want it, one stuck on top of the other. Yeah, there should be several different supported ones. I'm not going to worry about taking this to pieces because I just want to get it in here. And he's a bird watcher, so he just wants me to make sure he can have. That's like one of my fittings, that, innit? Well, let's put it in there. He says it's all on his all on his subsequent drive, which is that one just there. FCS drive, yeah. Let me just get this plugged into my magic machine. And we'll just see if we can get... You can't hear that, but I can hear that. That is not good at all, because I've just heard that making a really nasty noise. Oh, please tell me it's that one. Yes! Yes, it is. So let me just quickly get this onto my server, and we will call him his name. And we'll open that up, and we'll just drag and drop his data across. He specifically wants his bird photos, so I don't know which ones they're going to be. That's looking good. We might just be able to get some data recovered for him. I was a little bit worried then because it was making a really squeaky noise, like the head was, you know, the click of death. But what I'm hoping for is, I mean, he gave me a 64 gigabyte stick, but I'm not too sure. I don't think it'll all fit on there because it's certainly more than 65. Oh, 55.3 gig. So that's all right. Fine. X, I've replaced the garbage Broadcom in my 640 G2 with a random Intel AC. I must say I wasn't aware that it needs to be vendor specific. But I mean, no surprise me with some like Dell and Lenovo and HP. I generally just find one in the parts box and put it in like I did the other day, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I just change it to a different one, because I can't guarantee they all work. But I'm just gonna have to have a look through the laptop. But yeah, got me on that one. Love it. 8F no bird photos. Didn't say what bird photos it was. No, he was telling me that during lockdown he took a lot of photos, and he had, sorry, before lockdown he had about 70,000 bird photos. He managed during lockdown, he managed to get that down to about 3,000, which is getting rid of quite a lot, and he's down to about 500 now. And obviously computers give him the go, so he had them on here, and he just wants them off here until he gets his new machine. But that looks like it's transferring just with a straight drag and drop. So that's what that is. Wonderful. We had just ticking up to a 6-hour stream. Wow, 6 hours. Just get on to there. 700. I've gained 1 additional subscriber. Woohoo! Woohoo! 1 additional subscriber. Thank you to whoever that was, and I think I missed you anyway. So yeah. Right, gentlemen, HP has Wi-Fi whitelist for sure. It's only a few models that will be supporting a given machine. All right. These manufacturers just create e-waste, don't they? Well, I know they lock you into ecosystems, so you've got to buy their stuff. So I do get why they do it. But they create e-waste with a lot of other stuff with doing it. It's just, we've got limited resources, and we just need to utilise them. Plus, if I've got one in box, I can sell it. Hey! Right, guys, I'm going to call that a day for now, mainly because this was my last job for today. I need to ring them and tell them to come and pick up. I need to ring the others, tell them to come and pick up, and I need to ring the others, tell them to come up. And the other 2 laptops that I've done, they can all pick up this afternoon. Plus, I've got visitors and guests coming, so I've got to cook, I've got to tidy up. Crikey, have I got to tidy up and get everything sorted. So I'm gonna call it for now. We've done 6 hours. I did start this morning at about 7 o'clock, so. It's what it is on there. So thank you so much for everybody who's helped, participated. Thank you to the for the crew for the advice. It is extremely much appreciated. I've certainly learned stuff here about that Wi-Fi card today, and enjoyed the stream again. It was a brilliant stream yesterday, brilliant stream today. Now I'm all worked up. As in, worked up, no more work. Oh, I've got another subscriber. Charles Hendricks, just subscribed. Thank you so much on there. Don't know if that's on Twitch or on there, but thank you very much for subscribing. I'm just going as well. Sorry, Charles. It's just so... You can always rewind and have a look. Have a look. I've got no more work in for Monday, so I'm going to do some paperwork Monday. But I might work up Monday morning.
PCDD, you little shit.
And I might have another... I might have another 20... or 30 jobs in. You never know what's coming in. So have a super weekend, guys. Really enjoy what you're doing. Enjoy everything. Stay out of the cold. And I will catch you one day next week. Thank you once again for everybody who's participated, whether you've been sat helping or listening. Thank you so much. Have a good one, guys. See you later.